Well, hello everyone, and welcome in once again to our last program of the night. It's called Awakening After the Watchtower. And we have our good friend Eric. He's out of Tennessee, and he'll be coming on. He's a former Jehovah's Witness, and he'll be coming on exposing the Watchtower. Well, let's bring Eric on right now. Let's say hello to Eric. Let's bring him on stage. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you doing, Rick? Hi,
Well,
everyone.
well, there you are, Eric. We're glad you're with us tonight, and we got a good audience in here already. A lot of people on the telephone line. We got people on our YouTube and Facebook line, so that's good. We're looking forward to your program. So, what I'll do is I'm going to cut you loose. I'll get all the information up that people will be able to join you on the program with. So, thank you, Eric, for being with us. Okay.
Yeah,
Good. All right, I'm going to get the phone line up. So hang on. So those, just to make it clear, those on the phone line, before I do this, you will not hear anything for about 2 minutes. But don't go anywhere. Just hang in there, and it'll come right back on. It's going to take 2 minutes because what happens is every 6 hours our phone line goes off. So I have to readjust it. So I shut it off early, then I can kind of nip it in the bud before it does go off entirely. So stay with us. Let's bring me out. I'll take care of it.
hey, Rick.
Yeah,
The thumbnail for your show for JW World News.
yeah.
It took it when the lighting was all messed up, and it
Yeah.
looks like you were in a street brawl. Your nose looks like it's split and it's bleeding.
Is that right? No, look. Well,
Yeah,
what?
you could say damage done from the watchtower and do clickbait.
Well, I
A
mean,
governing body beat me up.
sometimes they get me so exasperated. I feel like I'm going to have a bloody nose. But what happened tonight is we had the first one up. There's two of them tonight, actually. We had the first
Mm,
program up, and
right,
then
and you have to do another one.
the internet went down. And once you lose
Yeah,
the stream, you got to start all
you
over
got to
again.
start all over.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
no doubt about it.
it's work.
How
It's just a lot
frustrating,
of
right?
it's a lot of work. Yeah. So we had to do that. So that's what happened.
Yeah.
So I had to come on. They cut the other camera off, so we had to come up close, and then it got all pixelated and looked stupid. But anyways, we did it. No, not a
Gotcha.
problem. Yep. Thank you.
No
All right.
worries.
All right. All right. Take.
All right. Well, hey, everybody. I guess we'll start out by saying hi to everyone in the comment section. So let's see. I'll start from the top. We got Aaron. What's going on, Aaron Hubbard? John Marciano. Hi, Becky. Maverick. John, I already said John. Mikey the Mike. I don't know if I've seen you before. What's up, buddy? Dallas. Hello, my friend. Beverly Harvard. Donietta. And that's it. Maverick's the last one. So, yeah. Hi, everybody. How are you all doing tonight? I'm doing okay. Um, so, just curious, just to be honest with everybody here, when you heard about Norway, what four-letter word did you say to yourself? I know which one I said. Yeah, it was pretty depressing. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I think I think one thing though that I took from this. I'm sorry, everybody. I have to put you on hold for 1 second. I am so sorry. I gotta blow my nose. It's bothering the heck out. I am so sorry about that. I just couldn't take it. Anyways, yeah, when Norway happened, I felt pretty crappy about it, and I felt like the very first thought I had was, "God damn it, evil is winning," and it's just frustrating for all of us. However, if we think about what David Splain said to us, right? He said, "Brothers, this is war," in his little gay ass voice. Anyways, it is war, and war is never fought fair. It's oftentimes brutal. It's supposed to have supposed rules to it, right? That's why there is men or women that could be guilty of committing, what is it called? I can't remember, something of war. I can't remember. Anyways, um, there are certain things you're not supposed to do, but the governing bodies seem to lie, cheat, and steal through their way through this. I'm not overly optimistic, but at the same time, I think I'm more realistic. Rick's approach maybe was a little more optimistic for me, but realistically, they just won a battle. They didn't win the war. They're still being sued. The governing body have a lawsuit in New York that's going on. They're bleeding members. They're obviously having a problem with Ramapo. Um, there actually it's not me being positive because I feel pretty down about this. It's just realistic. They won a little battle. They've been losing the war a long time. They've lost a lot of battles. And I don't think it's been brought up yet tonight that they're not out of the woods yet. They still have to go to the Supreme Court, if I'm correct. That's what I've been hearing. So it's not like a done deal. They still have to. It has to be completely together. Um, I'm just giving you guys my spin on it and how I felt when I heard the news. The very first thing that I said to myself in the comment that I left on Vern's channel, Fixing My Faith, I wrote something like, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me, something along the line that Norway seemed very, very, very on a path to not let them have the identity of being a religion in their country. All of a sudden, a 180 happens. Who paid off the judge? Who got paid off? I mean, you mean to tell me Watchtower doesn't pay off people? We know they do. We know because they have the money. We already, I think it was in New York that they were saying how hospitable Watchtower was to them in providing meals and all kinds of luxuries. I mean, they definitely grease the wheels. They're politicians, basically. They're politicians in the disguise of religious leaders, in the disguise of cult leaders. Or I should have said they're cult leaders and back it all up. But you get what I'm saying. Yeah, it was infuriating. I almost feel like is God really against these guys, or are they just going to be exposed in some great future? But no matter what, we all are in this fight together. It is a fight. It is a war. You could call it almost the information war. Just like Alex Jones in a way, because that's what if you break it down to its bare tax of what it is an information war. Governing body and the Jehovah's, and I have to agree with Stefan tonight when he was talking about how each individual Jehovah's Witness is still, if they keep going along with it, they're still guilty as the governing body members. And the reason why is because you're enabling it. You're enabling this beast of religion and or a cult in the disguise of a religion to exist. If it wasn't for everyone feeding it, they wouldn't be able to do this to us. So you are part of the problem. But anyways, I know it probably feels like I'm ranting, but I am frustrated with the outcome, just like you all probably are too.
Hey, Eric?
Yes, sir.
Eric, it's just a quick thought. I mentioned a little bit earlier in the evening, but how it works is that the government has all this money and they can give it to a charity or a religion. And then when the government says, no, you can't have it because of your shunning policy, what they do is, because it's a lot of money, it's millions of dollars, what they do is that they bribe the politician. Yeah. It's called a kickback. And that's what's going on in United States politics. We see it being exposed on the Democratic
It's called what? You broke up. It's called what?
Yeah, it's called a kickback.
Oh, kickback. Of course. Yes, of course.
Yeah. And that's what happened in our government today. All these politicians are giving money to transvestites and transgender people for some kind of a concert or, out in some African country. I mean, that doesn't help America at all. But how it works is You give this country $1 million, and the politicians get $100,000 kickback, and that's probably what they did in Norway. Thank you, Eric.
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Dick. It's a great point because that's where my mind went with it too. Some kind of kickback, you're right. I didn't even think about that. There's millions of dollars at stake. They can skim some of that money and put it right back into the politician's pocket, and just they could, if necessary or if possible, they could even make it as a write-off. Sometimes dirty money, though, you don't want outright in the open, but they do launder it, and I know Watchtower launders their money, absolutely. But the corruption and the defeat of this battle, it hurts, but it's not to lose sight of our major goal, and just the fact that they, even if they do get their status back in Norway, it doesn't really change the fact that they're crumbling from the inside. I mean, they can't even build their Ramapo projects. They can't get people to take them seriously anymore. Their power is reduced to like maybe a third of their controlling power. Look where they've reached out to lately. If you go on jw.org and watch some of their videos of like organizational accomplishments, it's all places in Africa. It's all places in like maybe some South America, Africa. I don't think there's much Indian, but it's like other countries that are more third world. It's almost like they've given up on America in the UK. I don't think Australia too, in some ways. All these countries that are way more developed, and we have the internet, and we have these YouTube channels that are telling the stories so that people don't feel alone and crazy when they leave this organization. That's all damning them. Every time someone opens up a new YouTube channel or a Reddit post and tells of their horror scene of their life and the Watchtower organization, is another anti-witnessing work to this organization. If this makes anybody feel better about the Jehovah's Witnesses, because I'm Donald Trump's personality type, I'm an ESTP on Myers-Briggs, and I just speak my piece and I just say it and I don't care. I do care about people's feelings, very much so. It's a part of my personality. I have extroverted feeling in my third function, but I don't care when it comes to truth sometimes. And so when I talk to people about Jehovah's Witnesses, whether I'm in the hospital, at a doctor's visit, whether I'm in a store or wherever position it may grant that I can talk about it. Whenever I talk about Jehovah's Witnesses, I hardly ever hear anybody say that they don't know anything about them. It almost all the time, not only do people know who they are, but they have horror stories of their own. Like one girl that I talked to, for example, in the hospital, her best friend was a Jehovah's Witness, and she got shunned by her entire family. That's all it takes. That's all it takes for people to go, what? Because what has happened with this hold on one second. What has happened with this organization? The fruits of their labor have paid off. And that's why we can feel happy about what happened. Think about it, guys. They had to lie their way through court. Where is my Bible? It's not in front of me. They had to put their hand on the Bible, and they had to say things like, I wish I had the video clips in front of me, where when you're disfellowshipped, you're simply just sit anywhere in the congregation. You can sing the songs. Everything's good. You can have your family, but just not spiritually. Complete and utter lies. So these people duped down to the devil's work. We see, even if they won this court case, we made them bend the knee because they had to go to drastic measures, douchebaggery things to do. They had to be the scum of the earth to lie in court about kids. Like my brother was someone who was thrown out at 17 or 18 with nowhere to go because he got disfellowshipped. I mean, this is real and it happens, and they're lying about it. And it's absolute utter bullets. It's absolute horseshit. And these people have we've broke away at their morality, and we've forced their hand. This is a game of chess. We've forced their hand, and we have shown them who they are, because this is what they did, and it's going to go down. If not all humans see it, God sees it at the very least, and we see it, and it's not being unnoticed. And hopefully, the courts eventually see it. But sorry, if somebody was on the phone line, I just wanted to finish with that thought. Please go ahead.
Hey, Ricky, this is your
Yes, sir.
Mexican brother, Jesse.
Hey, shake and bake, my friend.
Hey, man, me and Gilbert, we can't pass the Dutchie. We don't do that, but we're drinking mass quantities of beer, and we just want to let you know that we love you.
I love you too, man.
All right, talk to you later.
All right. I'm doing a little bit of both. Well, thank you, Jesse. That's cool. Always good to hear from Jesse Gonzalez, right? Was that Gigi in the background? I thought I heard him. Well, anyways, liars, pants on fire. Good point, Becky. Yeah, I mean, I know that was a little bit of a rant and maybe some anger behind it, but guys, it just gets old sometimes. And sometimes I even fight why I come on here. I know we're all trying to heal, and we're all trying to also just expose Watchtower for what they're doing. But I don't know. Maybe it's something biblical where in Second Peter, and I'm not this type of person. I'm just not. And if I've ever led anybody to think that I'm very biblical or religious, I'm not. But in Second Peter, where it says that God is not slow respecting his promise, as others seem slow, I almost see it different than that. I almost see it like, why are you allowing injustice to keep going? I mean, none of us want to see Watchtower win at this point. Not at this point. Not in 2025. Not after all the suicides from the disfellowshipping arrangement. Not after all of the blood sacrifices, literally, from the blood transfusion denial or refusal. All of the broken families, all of the controlled people being controlled and causing of mental health issues. Because I'm sorry, Jehovah's Witnesses have a really high amount of people in their organization with mental health issues. I mean, it was a common thing even when I was in the organization. My mother would tell me, take some pills. Everybody's doing it. Like, see if the doctor will give you something for anxiety. And although I don't have a problem with that, but like with me personally, that doesn't work for me. So that's very bad advice. It's why I'm a pothead, because pharmaceuticals don't work for me. They just don't. I've had things make me crazy. Who wants to do that? I've had like what's Lexapro? Don't take that. Maybe some people can, but they say that with everybody, the brain chemistry is different. So for Watchtower to even encourage things like that, I think it's ridiculous. I think everybody just needs to find their own way, and Watchtower should stay out of our medicine and out of our medical advice. But yeah, so that's what I was bringing up tonight. I was going to touch on Norway as well. One other thing I was going to talk about too was, and it's something that Jesse and Gigi brought up on their show, was why are Jehovah's Witnesses like obsessed with like the destruction of our society and the world, right? Is there any other organization out there that's obsessed with destabilizing America and the rest of the world? I don't know. How about Al Qaeda, right? How about not just Al Qaeda, but how about most of the Democrats, the extreme left, that the ones that are saying, Maxine Waters right now is saying to incite violence on the streets because of Trump and his policies. Is that are these people lovers of the destruction of our society? Do they want civil war? They're saying that Donald Trump's bringing civil war while enticing violence, and the other side's not. I mean, so and this isn't about left and right, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't about politics. This is just about what's right and what's bad. Because I'm not on the right or the left. I think both parties are retarded. Um, I'm just let's make Earth great again. The entire Earth. Why is there so much animosity from each side? And why are we divided into parties for the most part, except for people like me that don't take a stand in either or? It's just Watchtower shares a lot of those. They want just like these radicalists want the destruction of our society, the destruction of Christianity. The Jehovah's Witnesses want the same thing, and they look forward to it and they praise it. And it's like, okay, Jehovah's Witnesses, you've said that the end of the world has been coming since 78, 1881, somewhere around there. So about almost 150 years, a little shy. That you claiming that the end of the world is coming. So that means you've been praying for the destruction of our earth, right? Armageddon or whatever. Who would want to pray for that? You've got to be out of your minds to pray for the destruction of our earth. Because if it does take 150 and 200 and 250 years, then that was all wasted energy. And I've gotten to the point where I'm just so frustrated with Watchtower, their thinking, and anybody who's a farm extremist, anybody who's an extremist who doesn't see logic and can't make logical sense and wants war, wants the degradation of morals in our families and the separation of our families, wants bad things to happen for the earth, the destabilization of our society. I mean, the Jehovah's Witnesses want the same thing. So when Russia tells me that they're extremists, I have to agree with them. I don't agree with how they handle them and torture them. Of course not. But, I mean, are they wrong? Anyways, that's my rant a little bit, guys. Does anyone else have anything to say in the phone lines or in the comment section?
Yeah, Eric, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Oh, yeah, hey.
Yeah.
Regarding your earlier point about, it really stuck in my mind how you said sometimes you don't know why you come on here or something to that effect. And I like to think that it's because, I think you mentioned that you like this community and it's something that's good for you and cathartic for you. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of why I'm here too. But I mean, I know other people that have kind of moved on and become so ex-JWs, if you want to use that term. And basically people that have like disappeared off the face of the ex-JW map and just went off and lived their lives. Now, some people can do that, some people can't. I believe that Gary Alt is one of those people, the one that wrote the book I talked about earlier on JW News, because when I met up with him, everything that he was saying gave indications that he's moved on with his life, and maybe writing his book was one of the things that helped him do that. I don't know. But yeah, regarding your other points about the right and the left, I'm exactly in your camp, and I'm right where Gerald Celente talks about. He says he's a political atheist, and that's exactly what I am. And there's people that in my life right now, I have a friend who's older. He's almost 70, and I do feel like I mention a lot of things to him about the things that I'm interested in and my solutions to things, which is, I'm not saying it's a panacea, but to go back to a sound monetary system would be a good start. Before 1971, we had a lot less problems in the world, especially debt-related problems. But I try to mention things like that to him, and he'll listen, but it's like he doesn't want to hear it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of frustrating to me. But as far as the right and the left, I try to tell him about that too, and he always comes back to the fact that he thinks I'm a quote-unquote Trumper, and I'm like, look.
Yeah, just because if we share some of the same, yeah.
Right,
Sorry.
exactly. Just because I might like some of the things he does, There's a lot of things I like that I don't like that he's doing as well. So, and you can say the same thing about the left. So, but this whole political left and right paradigm is meant to keep people divided. It's meant to cause divide and conquer.
Yes.
It's meant to keep people from coming together and realizing that these are the people that are our enemies. These are the people that are literally making us afraid of them, and that's tyranny. When people are afraid of their governments, that's tyranny. When governments are afraid of the people, that's freedom. And we haven't had that for a long time.
Not for a long time. And we're watching tyrants shaking their boots, and they're acting out because they're scared of being exposed, basically. And the very same thing is happening with Watchtower. Just on the political scene, the same thing is happening with Watchtower. They are desperate to not be removed as a religion. They are desperate to do every damn dirty trick, and it's going to go down in history. There's always somebody watching, even if it's the Father above. He's seeing everything. And I know that's not enough. It's not even enough encouragement for me, but it is still a little hope, because they're not going to get away with it. They're not. They're not. How is it that the Catholic Church couldn't get away with it, right? But the Jehovah's Witnesses, for some reason, have. But they're not anymore, because they've got more lawsuit after lawsuit. See, the Catholic Church played the long game, and I almost feel like the Jehovah's Witnesses didn't. They thought maybe the end of this system of things would just bail them out, and they wouldn't have to face their crimes. But their crimes are adding up more and more and more and more in the courts. And now the governing body are being sued personally in New York. And I don't know what their fate is, but this certainly isn't good for them. It's not good publicity. And this isn't what they want. They always want things to go easy and quietly for them. And if it wasn't for people suing them, if it wasn't for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses doing what they do and calling them out, then they would just continue to get along just fine without any hiccups. And their tyranny would only increase, and it would only be worse upon the people they control. But the more that we break their bank account, and the more that we break their soul, if you will, break their will by constantly throwing things at their way, I mean, at least they're constantly agitated, and we keep them in check at very least, because they're a wild beast, basically. They're like that scripture with Satan, the devil, the lion, seeking to devour. I mean, they really are seeking to devour. I feel like if a governing body member saw a baby and a mother left her purse on the baby carriage, like, they wouldn't be able to help themselves and take the purse and see what's in it. They've gotten away, and it's an analogy. I don't mean it literally, but what I'm trying to say is they've gotten away with crooked snake oil salesman, disgusting tactics to take people's money. That they have no soul left anymore. These men, we can expect them to be guilty of anything, because they're willing to do anything for money, power, and their so-called respect that they think they deserve. And one thing that Anne-Marie, and I know I'm getting off topic, that she brought up on her show is how in the heck did they end up fooling everyone to be the faithful and discreet slave? I think the biggest con in it, everyone focuses on the discreet slave of like a different thing, but what I'm focusing on is that they say food at the proper time, but then they don't say that. They might read the scripture that way, but every time that someone comments on it, or any time that it's in the Watchtower doctrine, it says spiritual food, completely made up. I mean, it's something that went over everybody's head. Nobody in the witness world catches it. It's like, where does it say spiritual food in the Bible? It literally says food. We've been so programmed that even my wife and I, before she passed, it was just like, we were talking, and it's like, why do we always say spiritual food? We were programmed to say that because the Bible doesn't say that. And she said, for all we know, that we will be starving, and that physical food will be provided for us. This is crap. The religion is like a freestyle rapper, or this cult. and they just come up with whatever they feel like in the moment. You know. Anyways, go ahead, guys. Someone's trying to talk. I heard a sister and a brother. The sister can go first. Or whoever wants to.
Yeah, this is Donald from Texas here. Yeah, I think
Hey,
the
Donald.
governing body, the faithful and discreet slave thing, I think they're self-appointed. They love that scripture. They love that because it puts them at the top. You know, it's like they want to be in control of everything. So they run with that. If you notice, they run with stuff like that. Anything that has to do with power, you know, like you said, power, money, and control, they run with that stuff. They love it. They eat that up.
Yep, they sure do.
And it's just an
Yeah,
evil organization is what it is. It's very deceptive. It's they steal people's lives. They ruin people's lives. They kill people. Now, no, they don't go out with guns and shoot people, but they kill people through their policies. I mean, people committed suicides, you know, no blood transfusions, all this stuff. So they're a violent, deadly religion.
I will say that in rare circumstances they do kill one another too. The very sad tragedy in Kego Harbor, Michigan, back in the 2000s ish, 2012s or somewhere around there. I don't know. A woman killed her entire family, a husband, her two children, and herself because she didn't think she was going to make paradise. Because it all started with the father and the mother wanting the children to go to college, and it caused this whole thing. And the father left the organization and took his family with it, and the mother felt very guilty. From what the interview that I saw on TV, that's what it seemed like. But I'm just giving that as an example, and there's so many more. What about the bombing? What about the shooting in the Kingdom Hall? I mean, what about there was was it an elder or servant? Somebody who was doing a job, like a contracting job for another sister, and they had an argument, and he killed her and beat her to death with a hammer. I mean, so there is violence.
Yeah. Okay.
They say there's no violence in this organization, but there is. I mean, there definitely is.
There is.
These people aren't true Christians, and on top of that, even true Christians have their own problems with violence. So, you know, to just say we have no problems and that we have a spiritual paradise, that is complete horse crap. I mean, it's a line of baloney. Because they're just like everybody else. They have their problems.
Speaking of their paradise thing, you know,
yes.
If this is paradise now, I wonder what their paradise earth will be like when it supposedly comes. Because I picture it being all-day meetings, all-day control, all the time. It's not going to be fun. It's going to be them controlling everybody. It's going to be them at the top. Oh, worship us, give us all your money, give us everything you got. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, in fact, they told us already. They showed their hand. They said that in paradise, Jehovah will tell you where you're going to live and what you're going to do for work, and you'll enjoy to love it.
Yeah.
You'll grow to love it. And that when they say Jehovah, they mean themselves. They are Jehovah. That's what they're saying.
You're already being told where to work and told where to live. That's terrible.
Yeah, and my old man's a miserable man, and he always wanted to do a job on the ocean, like some kind of fisherman, and he was in concrete, and I'd be like, yeah, well, if you stick to your JW friends, they're gonna have you do concrete for the rest of your life and live in a part of the world you don't want to live in, and that's not paradise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother.
No freedom whatsoever. I don't see how that could be paradise.
I'm actually shocked that they even said that. I guess they've gotten so cocky and so self-concerned with themselves that they couldn't see that that was a bad idea to take away people's paradise. I mean, people were grabbing on to not have to answer to anybody, because the scriptures say that you'll plant something for only yourself to benefit from and eat from, not for others. Whatever you do on harvest will be for yourself. Whatever the works of your flesh is for yourself, not for other men to profit. But like Jehovah's Witnesses organization are teaching the exact opposite. See, they're not a biblical based organization at all whatsoever. They took some truths from the Bible and twisted them all and got people to believe all that.
Yeah, that's what they do. They just twist things and run with it. They'll take a scripture, one scripture, and make a whole doctrine out of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, I studied with them very briefly back in the early 90s. I never did become a witness. I never did get baptized. I got out of them pretty early because I saw the control that they had. And, because when my mom was alive, my mom died back in December 19th of this past year. But when she was alive and I was studying with them, she claims I got out because of the holidays. I told my mom, I said, no, it wasn't the holidays that got me out. It was all the control, the fact that I couldn't, that they were telling me not to associate with other people other than witnesses and stuff. That's what took me out of it.
Yeah,
because I knew then that if I was going to be told not to associate with friends, next it would start on my family. They'd say, okay, well, your mom's not a witness, so you might as well shun her too. I thought, that ain't going to happen.
That's what happened to Michael Jackson too. Not everybody knows this, but he left the Jehovah's Witnesses because he was expected to shun Latoya, I think, if I'm saying her name right, his sister, because she got disfellowshipped.
Yeah.
And so he sent a letter of disassociation to the organization. Then the organization put it in writing of how they felt about it. But I just wanted to say hi to Bob Roberts in Australia.
Fellowshipping or not.
Well, what's that?
I wonder if they announced him at the meeting. I wonder if they announced that he was disfellowshipped.
I don't know if they announced that or not, but I think, well, they said he's no longer a witness in their literature or something, like in some kind of, whether it was or whether it was an announcement that they made. I don't know. I remember reading it somewhere. Sometimes I read things or watch videos and I store the information a little bit, but not the full details of it. I'd have to look it up again to be accurate. Hi, Bob Roberts from Australia.
wow.
What's up, Brad? But yeah.
I've been keeping up with the witnesses really throughout the years and stuff. And it's like, wow, they change so much stuff and everything just changes. As I always put it, as I put it recently, they changed their spiritual dirty underwear all the time.
Right. That's funny.
Yeah. I mean, it's like one day they're teaching something, next minute it's totally different, and it's like, well, what happened to that? It was once the truth, now it's not the truth no more.
Right.
There is no truth in them. If you really think about it, their truth, what they call the truth, is it may be truth today, but tomorrow it's going to be apostasy. So if you think about it, their whole organization is based on apostasy. It's a whole, because if you look at all their past stuff, it's all apostasy now.
I'll give you one example that's very minor. So in the 70s, tight pants and bell bottoms were acceptable with Jehovah's Witnesses. But then once so then the next style was baggy pants, kind of, right, in the 90s. That's where I grew up in, 80s, 90s. And as a teenager in the 90s, no baggy pants. I dressed like a dork. And so when I finally got a job and could buy my own clothes, I bought the baggiest pants that they made, Jenko jeans, which just goes to show it makes people go to the extreme. But I also was a skateboarder, so Genko jeans gave you the room to be able to like do kick flips and stuff. But it's just a level of control. It's always something. So baggy pants, right? Um, were not allowed in the 90s, but then now we're back into the in the 2000s, 2015 area, all the way to modern day, and the witnesses are saying tight pants aren't okay. But tight pants were okay in the 90s for me because you wouldn't let me wear baggy pants. What the F?
Yeah.
Like, you guys are making us crazy. You're gaslighting us. You make no sense. You actually are the ones following the world's. You're following your own worldly like patterns of what is okay and what's not, which is just as bad of what's predicted in the Bible or supposedly. We're listening to you guys. Instead of like,
what gets me is their recent change. What gets me is their recent grooming change and their recent dress code changes, where a woman can wear pants to the Kingdom Hall, but if she has a part on stage, which is a few feet from the seating area, now she has to wear a skirt or a dress. What's the difference? What difference does it make whether you're on a stage that determines whether you got to wear a skirt or a dress versus pants?
Right. But it just shows how involved they are with our lives.
I'm surprised they don't tell you what color underwear to wear.
You know what's funny? There's a guy. Hold on 1 second. I'll let you in, brother. There's a comment here that, from I'm Your Daddy. There was a little Toni Morris avatar, and it says baggy pants are for shoplifters. Now that's funny because on very different reasons or different levels. Because like we had a circuit overseer, Nardinillo, and he would say to us, Bob Nardinillo, he would say to us and said it to us at a meeting, and we all looked at each other like he had three heads. And he said, baggy pants are for two reasons: for people that want to carry guns and drugs. Did I say baggy pants? I meant to say cargo pants. I'm so sorry. Cargo pants, because the pockets on the sides. They're either for drugs or for weapons.
Oh, wow.
I wore cargo pants all the time, and maybe I had a little joint in it once in a while, but no, I never had weapons in it.
I've seen people. I haven't been to the mall in quite a few years, but I remember going to the mall and noticing or seeing people, or at least people. I'm visually impaired, so I've had people tell me this. Not that I've seen it, but people would tell me that there's a guy who's wearing baggy pants and you can see his underwear. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, his pants are falling off. I'm like, wow.
Was there another brother that I cut off that was trying to talk?
Hey, Eric?
Yes, sir.
Well, yep. Eric, it's Dick Boogie again.
Hey, Dick.
I just had
hey, Dick.
The Watchtower, in particular the elders in the congregation, they're really anal about something. Cleavage for the sisters, or the length of a skirt. Like, they want them to be at least halfway down to the knees or below. Otherwise, one of the elders is going to tell his wife, give her a nudge, and you go talk to that sister and tell her, you can't be wearing those skirts that are above the knee, because the brothers will get all excited. Well, the crazy thing is, when they go to the beach together or the lake or whatever, the sisters are out in a really bathing suit. You see all their legs, and if they bend over, you see a lot more cleavage, and nobody says anything to them. Then it just doesn't make sense. They're so absolutely crazy about how things look at the Kingdom Hall, but yet if you see them in the backyard in shorts or hot pants or something like that, well, that's okay. It's just the standards are just crazy. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Dick Borgie. The standards are crazy, and they're what's the word I'm looking for? They're ever changing. Just like recently, it was maybe a few months ago, a governing body member, I think it was Mark Sanderson, said, well, get used to new changes coming. You know, get used to the changes. They've been programming the people for it because there are changes coming. We don't know what they are. I have no clue. We can only assume or guess, take a stab at it. But whatever they're going to make whatever changes they need for self-preservation. They made the changes they needed to self-preserve at Norway, whether it was to make minor changes to the disfellowship arrangement and if or to pay off politicians, judges. Who knows? It definitely took a 180. It didn't look good for Watchtower at all. It was surprising to me that they won, to be honest with you. But anyways, not to focus on that too much. But I don't see it as much of a I don't see it as much of um, a loss for a major reason. They they can't run from the child sex abuse problem. The Catholic Church couldn't. It's just going to because all right because they refuse to fix it. They need to actively fix it, and they're not. They're just not doing it. And because they're not fixing it, it's like a dam that's breaking. And you can patch it all you want, but if you don't fix it from where the major leaks are coming for, or if there's a support problem, then no matter what you do, it's going to burst. So I feel like that's where they're at, basically. Um, is Watchtower the type of people to put money into their company? Not really, no, not at all. Especially their people, they don't care. They don't want to pay. They don't want to. They will only give payouts if they absolutely have to. They're not willing to. Honestly, the Catholic Church are pretty scum. I mean, they're obviously a false religion. They're obviously it's not the people. It's the Vatican. The Vatican is with the devil, basically. The Vatican. I'm talking about in Italy. Oh, the Pope, all of them. They're not Christians, but the people are, and they don't see they don't have the control over the people like Watchtower does. Maybe some of them, but not majority. You don't see Catholics acting crazy and shunning their loved ones and dying for a lack of a blood transfusion. And I'm only mentioning Catholics because Jehovah's Witnesses attack Catholics so much. But I'm getting off topic. Anyways, I digress. Does anyone on the phone line have anything to say? I'll read some comments maybe too here.
Hello, Eric.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hi, Eric. It's Donnie here. Donnie.
Hi, Donnie.
Yeah. Well, hello. What you said earlier, you said that sometimes you get angry. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
I left by letter last year in January, and I've been so happy since then, and because I've not had any witnesses in my face, But then I let myself down on Wednesday. I was at the front, and JW came along and stopped and said hello. Well, she was in all the congregations I was in for 30 years. And then she said, have you thought about coming back? And I tell you, just that question, it made me remember 37 years of hell that I had, living my life their way, totally, on antidepressants for decades. And I tell you, it all came out. I just felt so irritated with her. Have you thought about coming back? And I just started on at her. I said, walk with God, Anthea. Walk with God and stop obeying false prophets and their man-made rules. I was like this with her, and she was so dismissive. She was just, well, have you noticed how many woes are happening in the world right now? They're like robots, aren't they? And I thought, oh my goodness, I said, listen, you're brainwashed. I said, your leaders said the end's coming in 1914, 1918, 1925, and 1975. I said, they're false prophets. Why can't you see that?
Yeah.
And then she's still like a robot. Okay, well, you take care of yourself. And I shouted at her, and you wake up. And that's how it went. And I've been so irritated since Wednesday. Not so much with what I said to her, which basically I put her on the fast track to wakey time. I was upset with myself. I thought you got angry and upset. And I thought, I don't think you ever get over being in a cult, and being brainwashed and being forced to live their way and just having your life ruined. I don't think you get over it. I thought I had, but just it's the first time I've seen a Jehovah's Witness since I've been gone a year and a bit. And I obviously couldn't handle it, could I?
Yeah, I feel you, sister. I mean, it's unnatural, right? It's a weird situation to be in with these people.
Yeah. So that's what I was just thinking about anger. I think if you're still getting angry, which obviously I am, then you're not over it. I think maybe I need to go and get some therapy or something.
Well, it's more than that. It's not something therapy can fix for me. I have a little anger, but I don't let it consume me. I mean, it's just that rightfully so angry. I mean, I can't text or call or contact a family member to see if like the only people like I don't even care about them. I don't, but I'm trying to do the right thing. So I tried to contact my in-laws to ask. After I scattered Desiree's ashes, I still have some. There's actually more than I thought in somebody's ashes when you get them. But anyways, there's still more left over, and I'm like trying to extend an olive branch by just saying like you're welcome to have some of them if you want it in a keepsake for yourself. And I can't even make that simple request because I'm blocked by everybody because I'm the devil. And I just find it completely disturbing because I know they do want something. Because when I picked up my ashes, or I'm sorry, Desiree's ashes for me, um, the the um the guy at the funeral service, he told me, "Yeah, your mother-in-law called," and I'm like, how many times? He's like, I don't know, half a dozen. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm like, what does she want? And he said he just kept asking when I was going to pick up the ashes and what's going on. So I tried to call them. This is all stupid. I can't do something basic in life without being active. I'm just experiencing.
What? They block you? You're blocked from getting through on the phone.
What is this that people can't, I'm not Medusa. You're not going to turn to stone and lose your stupid faith. Can we just be civil? It went from 9 years ago when Desiree and I were first kind of started as apostates. It went from us having some conversation to them just being absolutely mentally retarded over us now. And it shows the damage that Watchtower has done on the people, the governing body, telling them, no, don't talk to your shunned loved ones. Don't talk to them at all. I mean, it's paid off. I mean, it's happened. It went from my dad telling me that my grandfather died to not a single family member telling me that my best friend, my second cousin, died. Not a single family member. I had to find out from a worldly family member, but not a single Jehovah's Witness family member. These people lost their way. They don't have love because they're told how to love. And the moment a man tells you how to love someone else or what to do with your life, you're in big trouble. Listen to I don't mean to be Jiminy Cricket, but listen to your conscience, people. God gave us a conscience. Yeah. Listen to it. Don't let other people influence you. Anyways, sorry. That's my little rant.
I was thinking about you actually, Eric, recently.
Oh, it looks like my earpiece went off. I'm going to log out and come right back in. Sorry, everyone. Hi everyone. Sorry about that. Something happened to my I think my earbud died and it like kind of kicked me out. But I'm back if everyone can hear me.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I just before I go, I just wanted to say, Eric, I was just
Yep, sorry about that.
you're managing to. Okay. I'm just hoping that you're managing to look after yourself now that you've only, you've got nobody to help you around the home, or you're on your own. I hope that you're coping and looking after yourself as well as you can.
Thank you, hon. I appreciate that. I'm trying my best.
Mm.
I really appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you, sister.
you. Yeah. Yeah, well, it can't be nice when you've been together for a long time and then suddenly you're on your own. So,
It would have been 24 years, March 9th. But yeah, it definitely is going to take some getting used to not having her in my life anymore and just the change. But yeah, it hasn't been easy at all. I think it could be a lot easier if I had my family give a crap. It's like, I mean, like really, I'm not trying to be emo about it, but it's like how do people who call themselves Christians, the Jehovah's Witnesses, not a single one of them, or a family member that's a Jehovah's Witness has said sorry for your loss. Oh, I mean, are you sorry for your loss? You guys knew Desiree. She was your daughter-in-law, your sister-in-law, your your cousin-in-law to a lot of people, and not one single fucking person can in my family. I mean, I'm disgusted with my family. Because I'm ashamed of them. I'm ashamed of them because I'm better. I'm better than that. I thought I was better than that. I would never do that to my family member or a friend, or even my. I don't even know if I do it to my enemy. It depended who the enemy was. But it's just it's a level of morality that I personally am not going to stoop low to. I'm never going to do something like how are you okay with not saying to your son, I'm sorry that my daughter-in-law died. I just it really you're not a Christian. You're just not. There's nowhere in the Bible where there was an example where somebody went through something tragically and was like, "Oh, sorry, I can't. You're disfellowshipped, and I can't like show you kindness or love." Like that, it didn't exist. If it did, it was in a different way. But like the only shunning that did exist was with the Pharisees. So it's like, come on, Jehovah's Witnesses, think for yourselves a little bit.
Yeah. Hey,
yeah, there's a cancel culture, isn't there? It's a cancel culture.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
To have
They're probably the first cancel culture, aren't they?
Cancel, yeah. Because, I mean, I was always taught that you can't talk to family members, if you're disfellowship or you're blessed, unless it's something to do with a family matter. Well, a death is most definitely a family matter. So I'm surprised you even get any cards for your family. Mm.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit surprised, but not. I personally think that my family and my in-laws are on a destiny, and I know that's weird. Not a lot of people believe in that, but they're on a path of destiny that they can't escape. They chose their path. They really did choose Watchtower. Their minds are blocked, and there's nothing I can do about it. Anything that I say just falls on deaf ears, so I can't do anything about that. That's on them. They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to imagine their disappointment when they find out that they served a false religion in the future. It's gonna happen eventually. Their faith is built on sand, and it's quicksand. They can't survive forever.
Eric?
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Maverick here. I haven't had a chance to say hello.
Hey,
to
Maverick.
you. Yeah, I was just thinking as you were talking. That I think that the reason why I think we keep getting frustrated with the way that everyone treats us, or has treated us, and especially like your situation, the insensitivity and the actual heartlessness, right? Is because we keep kind of like thinking that they actually are Christians, or do you know what I mean? But when we look at the evidence, I mean, there's nothing resembling anything in that we can compare with the way the examples were in the Word. Even if someone is not professing to be a Christian, right? They can read the pages of the Bible and they can quote them, you know? So it's like I keep getting confused sometimes. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, why are they like that? But oh yes, they're not Christian.
Yeah,
they have all
you're
the
right.
labels. Because I mean, like, if we just take one thing that comes to mind. I don't want this to make this a kind of preachy kind of thing, but
No, you're good.
Christ said, love your enemies. If they treat us like enemies, and yet Christ said you're supposed to love them. How is that possible? You're not following the person that you say that you are supposed to be your leader. And remember that governing body, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Anthony Morris. He said, we're not your leader. No, it was Samuel Hurd. He goes, we're not your leaders. Jesus is your leader. I went, what? So
yes, but if you listen to him carefully, he says, we are not the head of the Christ, or we are not the head of the congregation. Jesus is. But when he says Jesus is, he says Jesus is. Like he barely mutters it out. But yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, my brother.
Yeah. It was the most, he couldn't squeeze it out. He couldn't get it.
It's like it hurt him when he was being taxed.
Oh, so yeah, and so it's staggering, and to what you've gone through. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say vocally that my deepest condolences, because everybody carries on with their life. You know, we meet each other and converse and exchange every weekend, but you know, you're going through this every moment, and you know, until you lose someone very close to you, I don't think anyone can appreciate how difficult that must be. So when I think of you, Eric, my heart goes out to you, brother, you know? So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Maverick. I appreciate you, brother. I do. I really do.
Yeah, you know.
I don't try to make the... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't try to make the show about my own pain, because I know a lot of us are suffering out there. In fact, the more friends that I have in this community, I realize that I'm an insignificant part of pain in this reality that we live in. We're all in pain, and it's actually, I think a lot of us look to each other to be healed from our pain sometimes in a small, insignificant way. But we will be surprised to know that our fellow brother or sister is in the same amount of pain. There's a lot of suffering going on. I'm not being a Debbie Downer. Sorry, Debbie, or any Debbies in the audience that are my friends. It's something from Saturday Night Live. But it's not that I'm trying to bring the audience down. It's just that we are all in pain, and I think it's important to realize that, to take ourselves out of the equation. I'm not the only one in pain. I'm talking for myself personally. You know, there's a lot of the day my wife died, my mechanic, when I sent my car to him, his wife was on a death sentence basically, and she had an infection that wouldn't heal, and she died. And it's just like I don't know, like if you think you're alone in this world with your suffering or your pain, you're full of shit, because there's always somebody else too. And I try to keep that in mind, and sometimes it's hard to see it that way. But if you try to see it that way, I feel like it's a balanced perspective to see that we're, you know, to help other people who are going through it too, not just to focus on your own crap. But that's the way I look at it.
True. But I appreciate you saying that. But I think you know, it's still early, and you're very brave to be even on the camera, and to be out there. Like, 'cause I know myself, I wouldn't want to see anyone, and maybe that's a cowardly way of doing so. I don't know, but for me, I find I tend to really go into myself when there's stress or real problems, and I find it difficult to even, you know. And maybe it's not a good thing. So how you're handling it is a very, very amazing to me, because I'm like, if I was you, boy, I just don't think I'd want to speak to anyone for a very long time. You know, so I appreciate we're all different, and I don't know, until you go through something, you can't really know how you're going to feel or how you're going to behave, I guess. But yeah.
Well,
Yeah, so
to not sound like a superhero, I was live on Gigi's show, Gigi for GB, and in the comment section, I was saying every week I'm wondering if it's my last show. It's just it gets hard. Not my last show for good, but like, man, it's getting harder to put the front on sometimes. So yeah, I'm in pain. You know, this is Watchtower took it's more than just the death of my wife. It's loss, and I'm getting discouraged a little bit with Watchtower's winnings. You know, and I'm getting to the point sometimes where it's like, why do you keep going? What's the point? You know, like, well, like so many of I have friends of mine that I would love to have on the show, but they sailed off into the sunset and they want nothing to do with Watchtower, and I actually respect that from them, because they just want to move on with their lives. And sometimes it's been harder for me to like watch Watchtower material. So I don't know. I'm in a grieving process, I guess, and I'll just do what I can when I can until I can. And when I can't, you know, Rick will know. But I'm letting you guys and the audience and everyone know that it's hard for me. I'm an imperfect man. Yeah, I'm not a super soldier. I'm not Captain America. I'm in a war with you guys. There's been casualties, you know, and we all have them. And I'm trying to I'm trying to I'm trying to hold the fort up, if you will. I'm trying to do what I can, but at some point, if it's too much, yeah, I probably will sail into the sunset, at least for a little while, and get some quiet. Not that this is a problem. It isn't. It's just that it gets hard. It gets hard to talk about it all the time, because it's done so much damage to my life. But I'm here for you guys too, and I mean that. I get to have a community. I've met a lot of great friends, and this is not a farewell message. I just mean what I've gained from this. I really have. It's been good in my life to have this. It's just been e- extra special hard since Desiree's death, uh, for for me to keep, like, I lost my zeal almost. Like, I need to get refocused, and probably a little healing. Um, a lot of healing. Um, but anyways, I think it's important sometimes, is anybody that's in like radio or has an audience of any sort, just be honest with the people. You know, tell everybody how I really feel on the inside. Um, I think it makes for a good show. I think it makes for just like being honest with the people you talk to all the time. But anyways, that's how I feel, everyone. Love you.
Well, I love you being here, Eric, and I'd like to. I can't really speak for everyone, but I'd like to say we love you being here. And you know, me personally, your show is the one I look forward to the most when I can catch it. And
thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago I was busy and I wasn't able to catch it, but for the last couple months my car's been in the shop for warranty service, so I haven't even been able to do lift. So my Saturday nights have pretty much been open. And I mean, I've been having personal struggles myself. I guess we all have our own struggles, but I think the whole thing about the family's relationships post leaving the organization is just a bunch of bunk, because
yeah,
you think about when a lot of times different families make different decisions, and they say it's a conscience matter, right? Whether they want to keep in touch with those people, relatives that have left the organization. And my mom was one of those people, because I left when I was 23, and when my dad died in 2010, she chose to keep contact with me for a period of time. But she had an agenda, and I've talked about this before, how she always made it like a business transaction. She gave me money every time I went to see her and help her around the house and all this stuff. So really, I mean, for me, that was all fake. And it's just, it's really sad how a man made and ran by men, an organization run by men, can have this kind of an effect on people. So I think we all have to just kind of come together and try to get past it somehow.
Are some of us just more headstrong and like, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's retarded. And like some of our parents and family members are just like, okay.
Yeah. And I had a thought earlier about when you were talking about how a lot of people, and especially those in Bethel, are basically told what to do, where to go, and what to eat, and how much money they're given, and all this stuff.
Right.
It reminded me of how things might turn out if we as a people allow the powers that be, such as the World Economic Forum, to have their way. You think about those fires that happened in California. It's Alex Jones really kind of drove the point home about how it seems like it was about getting rid of all the homes out there so they could build these 15-minute cities where you're basically told what to do, where to go, and how much you'll make. And basically it's a you'll own nothing and be happy type of deal. So
yeah, basically.
In that sense, to me, Watchtower seems like an example now of how things might be if we let organizations like the World Economic Forum take hold on population.
Imagine if everybody just rolled over and we just let Watchtower do whatever they want. We let the World Economic Forum and the globalists and the New World Order just take over.
Mm.
I mean, isn't it worth the fight? Even the effort, because all of our efforts to basically refusing the New World Order. That's what happened with Donald Trump being president, and a resounding election basically in his favor, because the American people spoke up and like, we don't want your New World Order. We don't want it. It's more than left and right. It's New World Order. It's like we don't want your globalist agenda in our lives. We don't want our kids' penises being chopped off. Like, nah, we're good.
Exactly.
I know. I feel like Alex Jones. They're chopping off our kids' penises. Let me tell you, this is war. Imagine if one of us was like an ex-Jehovah's Witness like that, right? Like we would have no credibility if we acted like that in the organization. What's that?
I understand why Alex gets. So I understand why Alex.
No, I understand too. I'm not downing him. I just want to make that clear. Yeah.
But I think the whole the thing about the shunning is definitely unscriptural, and just the fact that you can even leave it up to a conscience matter about things as serious as a death in the family. It's bizarre to me, and I don't see that as representative of true Christianity at all.
Right. No, I feel you, brother. We've got there's there's a major problem in not just Jehovah's Witnesses, but society. You can't just be a brain dead normal person, normie, you know, like you have to try a little bit. You have to see who's lying to you and who's manipulating you, basically, because there's a lot of it going on these days. And the fact that the organization says, you know, don't trust any conspiracy theories. Well, okay, let's break that down. So you're saying not to trust in conspiracy theories or get involved with it, but like, why? Are you insinuating that no one conspires against us? Like, really? Like what? And I mean that to political or religious parties. Like, no one's conspiring against humanity at all whatsoever. Yeah, okay. The mafia does it. We all know they do. They conspire. What about the conspiracy with JFK? Oh, okay, yeah, Oswald killed him. He got shot 3 times from different angles, but yeah, Oswald was the only shooter. Okay. I mean, whatever you want to believe, people.
And for me, what a lot of it comes down to is it's a whole thing about money and how much the 1% and the 1% of the 1% can get out of the middle class and the lower class. I mean, the wealth gap now is higher than it's been maybe ever, at least since the Great Depression. But yet people still sit back and take it, and people don't want to fight back. I don't understand why, but at the very least, you can help spread the message.
Right.
You know?
Of course, yeah.
I'm actually curious to know if let's say people like Elon Musk, who is technically the richest person in the world now, if you don't count the Rothschilds, or, you know, big families like that, who are kind of...
Well, Rothschilds, they're not counted for some reason, but they're trillionaires, yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, they probably own more of the
gold.
gold.
They have gold too. Yeah, they're rich. Yeah. They're richer beyond our imagination.
But I mean, even people like Elon Musk, I often wonder if he's as rich as King Solomon was. If you adjust it for inflation, I wonder. We'll never know. But they say King Solomon was one of the richest, if not the richest person to ever live, right?
Yeah. Yep. And he also had, I think, the longest time of peace in the Israel nation. If I'm wrong, anyone can correct me. But I thought he was even granted like that recognition from other nations of his resounding peace that he had, which did come to an end eventually. But I mean, doesn't every rulership?
Hey there, Eric. It's Angela.
Hi, Angela. Hey, how are you doing, hon?
Hi there, Eric. Good. And I'm so sorry. I've been listening to your, feelings and emotions that you're going through, and my heart certainly does go out to you because, you guys were, you were buds. You went through a lot of difficult, painful experiences together that were very, very hard, and you made it. And then now you've lost that person, that friend. And I know it was hard having her depressed and all that she was going through, but it's very horrible to be alone and very difficult, very painful. And I do understand. I've been alone myself before when my ex left me. And I didn't really think my life would ever get better again. I really didn't. And I literally just said, Lord, you're my husband now. And I just kind of, in my mind, just imagine that, like as if I'm married to Jesus, And anyway, next thing you know, I meet Dan, and I absolutely thought I was never going to get married again. No way. I'm just done. 45 years old. I'm just not getting married again. And I was dead set on it. And then I meet Dan just a few days later. It's crazy. But, God knows the plans he has for us, and he surprises us. He really does. But I just wanted to let you know further.
I'm just letting all the sisters know I don't mean to cut you off, but like I have to completely agree with Aaron. He left me a comment in the comment section, like I think it was on Rick's show, and he's like, "Man, I don't like. I'm just letting you know the dating scene sucks." And I didn't even need him to finish his sentence. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna just be single for a long time, and I'm okay with that. I really am. I don't want to date. I don't want to date at all. It's too crazy out there. Too many people are hurt. That's what's going on right now.
I
It's
know.
2025. You met Dan how long ago? Was it 10 years?
Yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
actually,
No.
20.
20. Yeah, honey, it's a different. It's a different scene now. Everyone's broken.
It is.
It's a different generation. Your generation is like stronger. Like I'm 43, so I'm not far off from you. But like,
Yeah.
it's bad out there right now. I'm just gonna. I've already like talked. Some women have talked to me, and I'm like, nope. I'm like, it's not good out there. Yeah. I got to be my own free bird.
Yeah. I know that Dan had a horrible time of it too before he met me. And he's just terrible.
If that special person comes along, you never reject it. Like you at least try. But like for now. There's no special person, and I just want to kind of mourn and just be by myself.
I totally get that, Erica, and I wasn't really at all the reason for my call, not at all.
No, I know that. I was just responding to it since Aaron kind of talked about it too, and I was just Anyways, go ahead, honey. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Anyway, I guess I want to say this at least before I tell you what I really called you about.
Sure, sorry.
That, we think we know what we need, and we think we know what our plans are. Like, you're like, no, not going to be doing that. But then God, or just what I'm trying to say is, God surprises us. He has good plans.
Yeah.
And He is going to turn this around for you. And I don't know how it's going to turn out. Maybe some really great friends. I don't know, but you deserve it. And I do believe God would want you to have good friends, and that you will find them. Just believe that you will, and you will. Maybe see it in your mind's eye. And I believe that we create a crazy amount of things in our lives by what we think about every day. And it just draws to us. I really believe that. But anyway, what I wanted to tell you about was that I'm just listening to you tonight, all the different things you've been through and what your feelings are, and that way that the people have not been acting in the way that they should, in what would be considered normal, what would be considered Christian, but I say just normal. And my mom just died a month ago, and Dan and I were heading out to go do some work in Nebraska, and on the way, she took a turn for the worse. And anyway, long story short is that she died right shortly after I got into Denver, which was on my way to my job. So I got to see her before she died, which was really great. But my mom, she was in the Worldwide Church of God, remember? And so she was in the United Church of God, but she was kind of fighting it. In the end, my husband, Dan, has been befriending her over the last couple of years because, as I told you, our relationship has just been really, really abusive and really difficult, extremely difficult. And I had to pretty much cut her off, which I don't regret having done, because for my own sanity and just so that I could not have daily drips of abuse. It would be so subtle, but it was just getting to the point where it was wearing on me. I couldn't make progress in a forward direction because it just would bring you down. So anyway, that was unfortunate, but Dan was able to really build a friendship with her. And in the end, the funeral is what I want to talk about. Well, my son showed up, and I think you guys, I've shared enough with enough of you people to know that I don't have a relationship with my children because of another cult that I was in after that cult that I grew up in. But so there was kind of like both groups were at the funeral. The United Church of God people that were kind of friends with my mom, but she was kind of breaking away. And then we had the other group from my ex-husband's cult, and my son who was there. Well, anyway, my son is the one who got us the clubhouse that we had the funeral at, and he did not allow his children to come to it. So I anticipated that might happen. I anticipated like what will happen if they are there. Well, I know my son would have told them, don't talk to her. So what will I do? And I made up my mind. I'm going to go up to them and I'm going to introduce myself. But he didn't bring them, and he wouldn't allow them to come. It was really, really crazy. Just the cultiness of both groups being in the same room with them and how they acted. And you know how you're saying earlier how they don't even say I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, none of that
Nope.
happened. You didn't get any of that. You don't get the cards. You don't get the hugs. You don't get the sympathy. You don't get none of it. And there was probably, I don't know, about 75 people at this funeral. And it was a celebration of life, really, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. The room was decorated to the hilt, and we had lots of food, and we had big show of my memories of my mom and all the, my brothers and sisters that were still alive. We all spoke, but it was just this weird, strange, not like normal funerals. Put it that way, not at all normal.
Yep.
I couldn't hardly believe it. And here's what's really cool. I just want to report in about this is that God has got it going on, man, because the guy that was chosen to speak was the United Church of God speaker. And I really kind of like this guy. I met him at the hospital, but he was kind of a really pretty cool guy. And so would you believe it? He said, I'm not going to give a sermon today. I'm just going to talk about God and love. So he talked about this big message about what love really is and how love really acts. And, just went on and on, all the things the Bible talks about with regard to what is real love, because he knew. I talked to him at the hospital about my children and, why I left the United Church of God, which he was a minister at. My sisters and I we were just dead honest, but he really liked me, and I wasn't trying to beat him up. I just told him the truth about how I felt about it and how it was a domineering, the cult that abused women and children, and why I didn't like it, and why I would never go in there again. And I was just really honest. But anyway, he came to the funeral and he hugged me. It was sincere. Said he was sorry. He was the only person who said that, which was kind of cool. But I couldn't believe he gave a sermon. My son ended up sitting practically next to me at the next table and had to listen to me as I was the oldest in the family, so I had to be the first speaker up. They called me first, and but my son, he was there. But God caused me to be strong and powerful in my own skin, comfortable in my own skin, funny, totally comfortable with the situation in the room, and the fact that my son's sitting, 5 feet from me, kind of a thing. And but he was cold as ice to me, cold as ice. And like I said, everybody pretty much was. And they were mad because my mother was cremated. They don't believe in cremation, but anyway, she was cremated. But anyway, it just was totally not normal. And that's all I could say. Everything was not normal. And I guess it's just the cult. That's just what you get when you've been in a cult. And just really interesting to me. And it's just like you were talking about, the Jehovah's Witnesses. Well, any cult's the same way. I just was marveling at that.
Yeah, like the worldwide Church of God cult that you're in is so much similar to ours. It's just amazing that all these cults are basically bred on the devil, bred on Satan.
Oh yeah,
that's basically what they have in common. All of them.
No, totally. And then my son, who's in the cult that my ex was the leader of, I already realized that he's now the new leader of the Denver group, and so he told everyone, don't talk to her, don't look at her, told his wife the same thing. Everybody who's in his group, they just were like obeying orders, don't have anything to do with her. It was just really creepy. It's like, even after they heard the sermon on love and that what love really looks like, and what love does and how it acts and how it loves, everybody, not just, the people that are good to you or that you're friends with, that it loves even the people that are cruel and say, bad things about you. The Bible talks about that. And he just went on and on and on and on and on about it. And then what was so funny was, in my speech, I told him, I said, well, one thing that was wonderful is that my mother was really upset about this. Everybody in my family, when they heard the song on my album called I Want to Know What Love Is by George Harrison, right? anyway, they didn't like it that I
I
had
want to
hired.
know what love is. I want
Yeah,
you to
yeah,
show me. That song?
Foreigner, yeah, Foreigner. Sorry,
Yeah. Yeah.
Foreigner. So my mom, she's like, no, Angela, you can sing this song. And my sisters are like, you can sing this song. And I'm like, no, I can't. I've tried and tried. I can't do it. And I love it so much. I hired this woman, and she's what's going to be on my album, the very last song in the album. No, they said. So anyway, they all talked me into it. And so I worked really, really hard for hours and hours, for days, while we were in Denver. And they got my mom to go to the studio with me and my stepfather. And so I'm trying to work on getting this recorded. And I'm having trouble with a couple spots. And my mom says, you know what you need? You need a glass of wine. So I'm sharing this with the audience. So Steve, my stepfather, goes and gets me a glass of wine miraculously, and within minutes, it feels like. And so I had a glass of wine, and then the next thing you know, I got the song done. And so it was really a nice experience with my mom in that studio with me, because she didn't believe in Christmas, right? Because that was but it was a Christmas album, and she knew that. But she liked that song, and she just really wanted to be a part of it. I think what I want to say is this, is that, underneath it all, how you guys talked about your mother tonight, just not,
My mother-in-law.
It was a game. Yeah, your mom, where she said, yeah, come over.
No, it was my mother-in-law.
Oh, your mother-in-law. Oh, so she had this agreement to come over and clean up the house.
She's even crazier than my mother.
Oh my God.
If that's possible.
Well, my mom, in the end, I realized that my mother, even though she was obeying orders, trying to obey, we just called him God. I know you guys call him Jehovah. I'm trying to obey Jehovah, do what God wants. And if he wants me to deny my children, to try to teach them a lesson, or whatever it is that they're doing, trying to obey the Bible, it says that, that we have to be shunned, right? Because we are not following the right way. So it's got to mark us and put us out, right? And all this kind of stuff. I kind of believe that down underneath it all, absolutely, and the real mind that's behind it all, behind the programmed mind, is our real mother, and the real heart. Because in the end, that's what I realized about my mom, is that underneath it all, she really, really wanted everything to be right. She wanted to have a love relationship. She just couldn't. It's because of their brainwashing, and because of the veils that are over their eyes, and because of their fears, and they just built this wall around themselves, and they just can't be normal anymore. Their real self is hidden. But beneath it all, I realized that my mom was still, beneath it all, a good person. And I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It gave me a really good feeling. And it was a really neat dying experience with my mom. It was really an incredible experience, actually. And all my family, even though we're all very much splintered because of religion, we just really were beautiful together, as if we put aside our differences. We sang a lot of songs, and we all loved on my mom together, and the husbands were there, and my uncle filming it, and it was that glorious. It was truly, truly precious. And I'm really grateful for it, being able to be there. But I'll tell you what, the funeral was just a little bit more than I was expecting of people not acting normal. Like, boy, you guys are definitely in a cult, man. I'm so glad I'm out of there. I just couldn't be so glad. But anyway, I thought it was funny how when I said to everybody, I'm gonna this video show we're gonna be showing you in a minute. I told them about the song that my mom helped me record, and I said, so we decided that we're gonna put this in the background, so you'll be hearing the song that my mom helped me record. But guess what? It was funny because the minister, the pastor, he just did a sermon on it about love, every Bible scripture there was about it. Then I come up and the whole thing is about, I want to know what love is. So the whole thing, God caused it to be that, boy, he just dug it into my son and everybody in there that what love is what you do, not what you say. And it's not just the people in your church, not just your family. It's everybody. I mean, really harped on it. And then my song, that was about love again. And, well, they got hammered. And so I thought it was funny that God did that and then helped me to be myself. in my authentic self because, you know, when you're in a cult, you don't get to be your authentic self. You have to be your fake self. But I got to be honest. I said my mom and I didn't get along growing up. That was very painful and difficult. But underneath it all, I knew that she always loved me, and I always knew that down deep, down beneath it all. But I was honest, and then everybody else after was honest about their experiences with my mom. Nobody hid anything. It was really cool that, you know, I've been out long enough, and then out of my ex's cult long enough to be able to be myself. And that felt so good that I didn't care about what they thought. I just was myself. And then I also said, and you guys know how I believe about this too, but I said, and I really do truly believe, guys, that unbeknownst to us, unbeknownst to, you know, what we're really aware of, I believe that we are truly all one. We just don't realize it. So I got to say that too. I just didn't give a shit what they thought. I just did not care. And I just got to be so authentic. I just thought, yes, God, look what you've done. You've helped me be myself and be in my good in my own skin, not caring what they think. Even my mean, big, scary son, right in my face. It was just so cool. Anyway, I just wanted to share that, and just for the sake of knowing that even if it's not a Jehovah's Witness type people at a funeral, it's all the same, cult by cult by cult. I mean, there's so many cults in the world, it's not even funny. And Christian cults as well, there's plenty of them as well. So anyway, that's all I got to say. But I'm really sorry, Eric, for what you're going through, and I really mean it. I just want to encourage you to try to keep reaching out and building friendships and not let yourself sink at all. Just do something to build some friendships. Go to some group things. I don't know, maybe there's a good healthy 12-step group you can go and find some good people out who are working on themselves and learning about codependency, something like that. I think would be really, really good for you to get out there.
I appreciate that, Angela. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right.
Yeah,
Oh, my love.
it's definitely been a transition.
Oh man. Oh yeah. That would be so difficult. But you know, I noticed when I got back from the funeral, right away God had Dan and I on another job, and I noticed how when I'm going through something really horrific or really, really extremely painful, I noticed how God always has me have to work really, really hard on the heels of something like that. And I know why. It's happened to me so many times that I realize that he's trying to provide a distraction so that I don't sink. So he keeps you having to be on top of your game by, you know, you got to have the contract ready, you got to, you know, sign it, you got to get all the materials together, you got to sand, you got to work, you know, you got to work, and you have to think, and it just keeps you out of the mud. So, you know, I just would also just say to try to keep busy, you know, like I said, even if it's just getting involved in something at the rec center or, I don't know, yoga class, just meet people, get around people, do what you can to keep growing, go to a grieving class, I don't know, get involved, and it'll help. It will help, definitely. So that's it.
You want me to be real with you?
Yes, I do.
I'm not that type of person. I can't like, I will give of myself a little on the show and stuff like that, but like a lot of my friends know me that only very close ones do I really share my true personal feelings. And I'm not the type of person to like I have a really good friend of mine that said, she's got a British accent and it won't give away her identity at all. Eric, you can wake me up any night of the day, and I do a horrible British accent. It don't matter. I don't care. I got nothing going on. Just wake me up. I don't care. Be a dickhead about it. Do it. Shite. But I'm like, no, I would never do that. Like, I'm not that. I don't function that way. I'm not. My emotions aren't more important than someone else's sleep or someone else's problems that they're going on in life. Only like when I'm in a really, really bad place, maybe I reach out to my friend Jerry. But I don't know. Maybe we're all wired different. We're all wired differently, right? Like support groups, not so much. Best friends, yeah. because like I have trust issues, so like it's hard for me to just reach out to anybody. But like my boy Jerry and Debbie Moore and some other people, they are people that I can reach out to and spill my beans to, and I feel comfortable. So if that makes sense at all, that's my support group.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
no,
it's hard
absolutely.
for
But
me. It's hard for me
that's
to.
what I was,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, that's okay. I was just going to say that's why I was mentioning like getting involved in the community rec center, because they have
Yeah, I gotcha.
basketball things, they have different things like that you could do. Maybe even a personal yoga class, something that's because on my
Yeah.
rec center anyway, they have a yoga class. Things that you don't have to talk to anyone, but yet you bump into people. It just feels good to be around people.
I
And
got you. It
I
feels
don't
good to
know,
be in a community. You're right. The one thing we did have in a cult was community,
yeah.
whether it was good or bad. Yeah, you're right about that, though.
Yeah, or volunteering. Like I remember when I was going through my divorce with my ex, and I was dead alone. Like you're dead alone right now, very much so. It was really, really bad, and I really didn't think I was going to make it. I just really, really didn't know that I wanted to go on anymore. And but I did get it. I did have a dog, and my mom gave me back a dog that had been mine. She took it back for a while, but she gave this dog back to me, and that helped me a whole lot. Having something that has
Actually, you're right about that. I need a dog again for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and that
When I
that saved me.
Desiree's ashes, I spread our 3 dogs' ashes on her request. I waited till she passed,
dang.
and so I had 3 doggies, and like I totally need a dog again. You're absolutely right about that. Best
Yeah.
therapy ever.
And-
They're your best friend. They really are.
Yeah, they really are, and you get to take
Yeah.
it for a walk, right? So I'm
Yeah, and
I'm
it's good
on the weekends.
exercise.
Yeah, and then also too, what I did was because, well, for me anyway, not that you'll do this, but just a thought. But just doing anything kind. So what I staying at nursing homes for a lot of years with my ex-husband. So I just went and did some more volunteer work that way in my neighborhood, and just sang and stuff for the elderly at this nursing home nearby, and that really helped me too. And they were so sweet to me, and just even though I look like hell, I'm sure I look like death warmed over, but they knew I was giving all I had within me to give, and they were so loving, and I felt like I did something good because I still sounded pretty good. So that was really it was good for my psyche. But being in the green, like in the parks, getting out in that green with my dog was really, really helpful. And then that volunteering, anything you could do to do something kind, to even in the parking lot somewhere, or I don't know, it just makes you feel like your life has worth. And I don't know, it just helps me. I just shared what helped me when I was going through that, because I also joined a choir. And again, I don't know that you sing, but it sounds like you do actually. But I joined a choir.
It's horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't
I
think
have a horrible voice.
I heard, no, that's not what I just heard. No.
Oh,
Anyway,
well, that little bit.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
No,
when you hear certain
we'll
notes, you're like,
figure
oh,
it
yeah. You'll go, oh, he's Yoko Ono.
Anyway.
You ever see that video of Chuck Berry? I think, and she started wailing, and he made a reaction, and someone cut the mic from her immediately. That would be me. I'm also self-depreciating a little bit. I don't think I'm as badass her, but I could be.
No, I know you're not. I heard it.
Thank you for making me laugh.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's the best medicine.
Anyway, that's all I got to say. It is.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It is. I try not to take myself too seriously too. I think that's the best way to handle life. Is try to laugh.
I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, we take life too seriously, for sure.
That's why I try to get my my impressions up to date. Like, oh, let me tell you, we're gonna make the XJW community great again. It's gonna be the best thing ever. You're never gonna look back. We're gonna build a wall. It's gonna go around New York, and we're gonna be separated from these ass clowns. That's it. No more. We're done. We're gonna put tariffs on the Watchtower. Let's go. Who's with me? All right. Anyways, enough of that.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Oh, you're funny, Eric.
Well,
But maybe you should be a
that's how I cope
comedian.
with
Maybe
things,
that's what
honey.
you-
That's what I do.
Yeah, that's good. You should be a comedian, maybe. You know,
Maybe.
go to some
Yeah.
comedians.
I always like to make people laugh.
Maybe. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I got to
That'd be
work on
cool.
my impression a little more.
All right. That's right. I think that'd be great. Be fun.
No doubt.
Or being a part of a play. Wouldn't that be fun? I like being in a play. That's fun.
I wouldn't mind. Yeah, why not? Hey, if I was in a Bible play with a Watchtower, I wouldn't. I could have the natural beard, right? I don't need to have the fake one. Hire me, guys. I'm ready to go.
Oh yeah, that's
Who do you want me to
hilarious.
be? Daniel? Anybody, right? Like a background guy? I got it.
Right.
Nebuchadnezzar? I got it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh.
Well, I'm glad I made you
Well,
laugh.
is anybody else
Who else is
there?
out there?
I'm gonna,
Yeah, I hear some breathing,
go
right?
ahead,
You hear
who's
some
out there?
breathing, Angela?
what's that?
I said we hear some breathing. Anybody else listening? Yep, there's somebody's on there. I hear a little bit of something. That's funny.
That is. Dan wants
Hello?
to say hi. He said hi.
Oh, hey Dan, how you doing, buddy?
Hold on a second.
How you doing, Eric?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good,
Are you
buddy.
hanging in
Good to
there
hear
okay?
from you.
Good.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Good
I'm
to hear
doing all
from
right,
you,
buddy.
too.
Yeah.
Good. We've been out of town for about 30 days, so we just got back the other day. So anyway,
Cool. Where'd you guys go?
Trying to. We were in Nebraska, and then her mom's funeral died at the same time. So
Oh,
we had 2
jeez.
jobs. So the lady's like, "Can you do my kitchen?" And then, "Can you do my mom's kitchen with it?" And then we like, "Yeah, cool. Can you do our lake house too?" And so anyway, it turned into a big thing. And then my truck broke down, and cost a fortune to fix. It was a rear wheel bearing or something. So
Oh man.
anyway, quite a strange trip. It was 22 degrees below zero, and then the next day it was like 60. Really different weather.
Yeah, the weather's been crazy lately. We had some
I know.
tornadoes here in Tennessee, but they didn't hit me at all.
No, good. Whereabouts are you? Up in where are you? Nebraska or Tennessee? Tennessee.
I'm in Tennessee, 40 minutes north of Nashville.
I gotcha. Are you planning on staying in Tennessee, or are you planning on moving, or just staying still for a while?
Yeah, unless I have a reason to move, I'm not going anywhere because I have cheap rent for a 2-bedroom house. And I don't know. I'm using the other bedroom for something, and I've got a decent situation, so I'll just chill here for now. But if something ever changes, I can move at any moment with my Social Security, so I can move anywhere I want. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I'm good here. I'm good here right now.
Yeah, if it works, it's working. That's all that matters.
Yeah, if I would go back to New England if there was some friends to go back to, but they're all Watchtower rights. So yeah, I got no reason to go back there. So I'll stay here.
Oh yeah.
Eric is a Yankee hillbilly. Keith Silver said that Eric is a Yankee hillbilly. I don't even know what that means. Because if I'm a Yankee and I'm from Providence, Rhode Island, I ain't no hillbilly. I mean, we're city people. We're city folk, like all day. But I live in Tennessee, which could make me a hillbilly, but I live in the city. So
Yeah, that's what
I don't live in Nashville, but maybe it's my beard. That's what my beard makes me a hillbilly.
Oh yeah. Yep, lots going on with the Watchtower. We're trying to catch back up and get back in the game a little bit. We've been out of touch for a little while, so anyway.
Yeah,
Norway won.
Yeah, Norway was a bummer, but yeah. And then I think there was David Splains made some crazy accusation. I can't remember what it was on the broadcast. I gotta watch that again. But yeah, there's been a little bit going on, but all in all, I'm not too down about it though, because ultimately Watchtower's just got so many problems. This is just one of them, and it's only put a spotlight to it. So, what is it? You got it wrong, Eric. You are a Yankee living in hillbilly land. Oh, okay. Sorry, Carol. But yeah, I'm not too worried about Watchtower. Their days are numbered. Basically, they can't. You can only hide from the truth for so long. I mean, what if they're okay? So fine, their less offensive shunning policy didn't work as much, but it still put some damage on their reputation in that country and other countries watching. So that's good. And
Yeah.
the biggest problem they have is CSA, and they cannot escape that. They're if the Catholic Church couldn't escape it, how can they? They can't. It's just that the Catholic Church at some point was smart enough to say, "All right, we'll pay off whoever, and we'll make a public apology. Sorry, oops." But the Jehovah's Witnesses dug their heels in the sand and said, "No, we're not. We're not admitting anything. We never will." So they're going to die on that on that hill.
Right. That's right. Yep. That's right, Eric. They got a lot wrong with them. And when you're messing with darkness, which they are pure darkness, you suffer the consequences, and so do the people that are inside a Watchtower. I mean, not only are they stealing them blind and stealing all their kingdom halls and whatever the hell else they can get from them, they pushed them through COVID, they shunned them, they told them to take the vax. I mean, when you're part of evil, you suffer along with them. That's why the Bible tells you, get the hell out of there. When you see this thing, when you see the evil, and you go into denial, well, you're going to suffer. You can't just turn a blank eye and see corruption and see outright garbage and false prophecies and stuff, and then just turn away from it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So anyway.
I mean, at some point, they can only hide
Can you hear me?
who they are. Yep. Yes, sir.
Hey, it's JP, Jerry.
Hey, what's up, my man? How are you?
Oh, nothing. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I was just letting you know I was on the phone line, but I had something to say about the Norway situation and stuff.
All right. Well, we'll hear from you a little bit.
I'll be back in about a minute or two. I'm just trying to.
Oh yeah, you little flirt, huh? You come on here, you flirt with us, and go. I see how it is. I'm just playing with you, my brother.
I'll be right back.
All right, I love you, man.
I'm gonna hit on you real big. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you flirt. You're just a flirt. Hey, I'm here to say something, but I'll be right back. I'm just busting your balls, buddy. All right. Well, there's our friend JP. He's got something to say in a little bit. Where the heck is King of Dots? I'm not sure. Yeah, he skipped a week. Everybody does, or not everybody, but a lot of people. I didn't mean to cut you off, Dan. I didn't know if you had anything else to say. All right. Where's Debbie? Debbie's been. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Aaron again. I don't know if Dan had anything else to say, but I'm a little bit depressed myself right now. You know why? Because it's 12:30 in the morning, and if I was out doing my normal routine, which is Lyft or a ride share, giving people rides from the bars and stuff, I only did it for 11 months before my car had a problem, but
yeah.
It's literally the best job I've ever had in my life, and I have so many good memories from so many good people and so many great times from all those nice rides. I did 2,800 rides in 11 months. 2,800 plus rides in 11 months. I have so many good memories from all those rides.
That's cool. Really, not a single bad one. Not one nightmare.
Well, no, actually. If you want to consider it a nightmare, I only had one.
All right. Or a bad experience. One bad experience.
One technical nightmare out of 2,800. So that's not really that bad. And that was a young lady who was really, she was really just very abstinent, and she was really entitled, and the ride wasn't even paid for by her, so it was literally paid for by someone else on her behalf. So she really didn't have much of an incentive to keep the ride going, and she literally bailed on me in the middle of the ride, and it was in the city of Philadelphia. So I'm like, look, I had to tell her that, first of all, the highway was completely closed at exit 13 when you're going 95 north towards Philly from Delaware. So I had to take the exit to go into the city because the highway was shut down because of some kind of accident. So you have to picture the entire highway of 95 north, 4 or 5 lanes completely closed. No traffic gets through. All the traffic is going to exit 13 into the city. And the girl had the audacity to say, "Oh, why are we taking the exit?" And I'm like, "Look, do you not see the cop car blocking the entire highway here?" So, it just turned into a whole big thing. And I missed a couple turns, and she eventually
you were
had to
just
tell
you
her,
were
I'm
just
like,
with
"Look,
a
I'm not."
yeah, you were with a crazy person. You couldn't help
Yeah.
it. Someone not crazy, but someone not rational.
Right, exactly. That's exactly it. She wasn't rational, and she was literally on the phone the whole entire ride. It was like over an hour. I was so frustrated just from that one fact alone. She was so entitled, and I took the exit. I drove through the city as best as I could through all the traffic that I was dealing with, and I missed a couple turns, and she eventually was like, I had to say, "Look, I'm not from this area, but if you give me a chance, I'll get you to where you need to go," which is basically northeast Philly. And unfortunately, I never got that chance because she bailed on me. But that was the only ride I ever had that problem with. And I have a few other rides that I could. Yeah, I mean, I have a few other interesting people I could tell you about. But anyway, the point is, I would be doing Lyft right now. And I just looked at the app because I just got my driving app privileges on the app back because I had to update my registration for info, which was even difficult for me to do because I had to go to the dealer and say, "Hey, look, if I don't get my car inspected, my registration's going to expire, and that's going to be another problem in itself." So I've got that done. And I'm looking at the app right now, and I'm like, man, it looks so good. There's so many good rides I could do right now, but I can't. And it's so frustrating.
You know what, dude? It's funny that you say that because, like, on the other end, like, I've done a lot of Lyft and Uber rides, and like on the receiving end, and I was coming home from the hospital one time, and there was this dude who was like empathic, and he was like this really nice man, and he was like asking me all these questions and what was going on in my life. He's like, "You seem disturbed," and I ended up telling him about the witnesses and stuff, and like the shunning. And how I didn't have like a single family. This was like years ago, and like I didn't have a single family member call me while I was in the hospital. And he's like, "Dude, when he gets to my house, he's like, brother, if you're okay with it, and you're not uncomfortable, I'm a Christian. I just want to pray for you." I'm like, "Yeah, all right." It was weird, but like it was actually really loving, and it was like nice of the man because like it's a complete stranger, and he was just like, "God bless you, man," and he's like, I hope you and your wife are okay and can heal from this," And it's like. It's the little instances in life sometimes that can pick us up, or like,
yeah,
we never know,
exactly.
So I totally get that you've had good experiences from that because I have too from the other end,
Oh yeah, I mean, out of 2,800 rides, I could tell you so many good experiences I had, even from experiences that I thought didn't start out to be good. They ended up good, and I have a very good memory when it comes to things that I really like. So yeah, but I'll let the other guy speak now. So he wanted to say something.
Oh, okay. Word. Thanks, Aaron.
Yep.
Hey, Eric,
was there someone else that was? Yeah. Go.
Jerry.
Oh, hey, Jerry. Oh, word. The other guy, my best friend.
Yeah, the other dude.
Yeah, that guy.
No, it's just open conversation. But I was saying, like, what you were bringing up earlier about how the Jehovah's Witnesses won in Norway. That was really disturbing because we were all hoping for like the last over a year that this was going to come through for us, and it didn't. But the fight doesn't stop there. It keeps going, you know. There's going to be hopefully other appeals, and maybe it'll go to the Supreme Court, and then they'll work it out. But nonetheless, we know that
I
there's
felt
people
kicked in the
leaving
dick.
Watchtower. They cannot maintain what they're doing. It's not gonna happen for them. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
this is a doomsday cult / group, and what they rely on and depend on is the end of the world. And as time goes on, they cannot maintain their end of the world strategy. They may have a few decades under their belt, but in a few decades, they're going to be in a world of trouble. They're already in a huge world of trouble. Even if you've read like Crisis of Conscience, like Ray Franz already knew that 1914 was a big problem, the 144,000, all that. So it's just, it's so much of a big problem that I think that they're going to have to change those things. But I think they're going to maintain or be an organization for quite a while, but they do have, unlike the Protestant church or even the Catholic church also, they have a time limit because they're a doomsday group. Like, it has to come within a certain amount of time, and they've been kicking it down the road, but eventually, like, I don't see witnesses being around or even relevant to even us. Like, you know, I think maybe in 100 years from now, people will be talking about us, like XJWs, how people like left this group, and there was like a break off of like people that left Watchtower, and then eventually they faded out. I don't know. But from their perspective and their theology and what they're trying to do, and they still to this day, they're still convinced, this organization, that we're in the very final part of the final part and the last days and all that. And it's eventually this can't happen. You know, you can't keep doing this to people. And we may not live through it. I mean, I'm a third generation witness. So my father was basically almost raised as a witness. He went through this. My grandparents were convinced of this, like in like the 1940s, like, and it's like, how long is this thing going to keep going? It eventually has to stop because they don't have anything rock solid. You know, you can only overlap the generation so much, but I think that they know they cannot hold 607 as a date because it's just one Google search away, and it's just too easy to disprove the whole thing. So they're going to have to let it go. And the 144,000 thing, there's so many people partaking now. They're going to have to let that go. And it's so ridiculous that they hold out those couple verses in Revelation as to a literal number. It's like all the surrounding verses. They're not all virgins. They're not all Jews. They're not literally wearing a sign on their head. You know, like all these things, this isn't working for the organization. So yes, they lost in Norway. It really sucks. I was disappointed. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. The human governments, like, we would like them to. I'm not one to say like witnesses should go away because I have family in there, you know, that are really involved with this organization and stuff. But I would like the governments to, you know, pay attention to what they're doing and then maybe withdraw some of their stuff. Not meaning my family and other people can't worship and believe in what they want, but their 501c3, their tax exempt stuff needs to go. But at the same time, I do know that my family that are fully believing JWs, if the government were to do that, like we would like as apostates, my family's going to think, just like your family and everybody else's probably that's listening, is going to think, oh, like it's Satan's government persecuting the witnesses. So there's two sides of the coin, you know, and everything we try to do is as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, you know. So we have to weigh the balance. I would like to wake my family up, but I think the best thing that could happen is just letting them die in their own, you know, terms. Like they can't keep this going, especially with the overlapping generation. Where you're like 15 years in it, it can't double that, but it could, like if they wanted it to, they could just say this generation is undisclosed time of a time of people that are in this generation and we don't know, and witnesses would believe that, and there you go. That would shut down everything that we would ever have to say, you know. So I don't know what's going to happen with them, but I think that it was sad what happened in Norway, but we have to keep things going because there's people waking up, and that's the most important thing, that we have to be around for people like that. But the second thing we have to recognize is that the Watchtower can only last so long. But at some point, there's going to be no way that they can keep this lie going. And, you know, I don't know if we're all going to live to see the end of that time, but they're rapidly like trying to change the whole doctrines and everything because they're running out of time. You know, the two biggest things against the Watchtower is time and their own publications. You know, we all know that. So that's all I wanted to say at this moment, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, JP, it's like Watchtower is at this point, in a metaphorical sense, is not enough bread, not enough butter spread over too much toast. It's thin. It's stretched out. There's nothing left to it. It's thin as hell. There's nothing left to the organization. It's scraps. It's just there isn't any integrity anymore. There's no foundation to it. What foundation do they have if they can't even stick to 1914, right? But hey Jesse, how you doing, my friend? What do you got to say tonight?
Hey, you know what? Can you ask JP to repeat what he said?
Okay, JP, my friend, are you still there?
Yeah, Jesse, what do you want me to repeat?
The whole thing.
Yeah, which part? The whole thing.
I missed it.
That was like 5-6 minutes.
Everything.
Oh well,
the whole rant.
You lazy bastard! You should have paid attention,
my brother.
Yeah, put it in rewind. You're gonna make the audience go through all that? That's selfish.
JP, you got to put some money in it. We need to put $20. I got to recoup the $20 I owe Jimmy Bell.
Oh, so now you heard what he said and you want to gamble on it.
Yeah. JP says he doesn't know.
Big market, Jesse. I'm actually I'm gonna bid one $20 bill. I'm gonna give it to Jesse, and then he can be like a banker, and then he can dispose the money to you or Jimmy however he wants to.
You know what?
I'm gonna give you some interest though, Jesse, because I think you owed Jimmy that $20 a while. No, but basically, what I was saying, Jesse, was that Watchtower lost in this one, and I don't think that it doesn't matter what happens because they cannot maintain what they're doing with the 1914 thing, the 144,000. It's getting too old. Like they can't sell this anymore, and I would like to hope that the governments and stuff will pay attention to them, just like we did the Operation Spotlight letter and all that. But we don't know, but I would just say that I think eventually it's going to be the own doctrines and stuff that are going to wear them out, because they're already, you know, the brakes are wearing out. They're squeaking on every corner they turn, and
JP,
eventually they're going to turn a corner and the brakes are going to give out and they're just going to like crash, you know, like they can't.
JP,
As time goes on, they can't keep turning the corners of history
correct.
on their failed predictions. That's what I'm trying to say, Jesse. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, look, we're going to have some fun with this because Booker T. Adams has a great question. This is a great question. We could build a whole damn show on this. Booker T. Adams went atomic on us. This is the foundation for an excellent, just like the third grade is a foundation for an excellent education.
Is this the question? Is this the question?
Yes, that is a great question. Don't you think? What do you think, Ricky?
Excellent
what do you think,
question.
Eric? That's a great question.
Should you go? Yeah, that is a great question. It depends on your mood. If the elders asked me to go to my local Tennessee congregation after brutally denying Desiree of her disfellowshipping arrangement, I would be prompted to go so I could jump one of them and kidnap him and tie him to a tree with electrical tape. And maybe, I don't know, maybe bring him to the wilderness and tie him to a tree and pour honey all over his naked body and say, it's in Jehovah's hands. We'll see if a bear hits you or not. It's in Jehovah's hands. You're in the deep state of Tennessee. See ya, MF. It's in Jehovah's hands like you did with Desiree and I. Boom. That's how I feel, Jesse.
Okay. So you're going to take the invitation, but will you eat the bread and wine?
But I'm going to masterfully use it for evil. I'm going to use it for evil.
But will you eat of the bread and the wine before you go?
All right. Before all that happens, yes. I'll be like, I'm a Christian, and you can drink the bread and the wine and then commit that heinous act.
Wow.
Okay. I just want to say for the record, I'm not going to harm a human being. No one's going to be hurt. This is all haiku and wild hyperbole. I don't mean any of this. But, you know,
hey,
we're all
Jesse,
imperfect men.
I was going to say, Eric's getting all Levitical with it.
Eric seems like those one of those cups of the Book of Revelations.
Yeah.
Nah. He's like reliving the book of like Leviticus. That's what he's doing.
Wow.
7 times hotter, the furnace.
Hey, so what is Booker T going to do? What is Booker T? I mean, he asks the question and then he drops out. At least give us all the horny details.
Yeah.
Are you going?
I got to take a pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now, JP, what would you do? The elders invite you over there in Pacoima. What town are you from? In Southern California? I thought you were from Pacoima.
Nah, Pacoima is like about 45 minutes, an hour from me.
Oh, okay. You're from San Fernando Valley, aren't you?
Very close. Yeah, that's where I was born.
Oh. But, okay, so the elders come visit you like they did this brother, Booker T. Are you going to go, yes or no? Eric's going to go there and cause all hell. What would you do?
At this point, I would just tell them, you know what? I already have it planned out, Jesse. If the elders ever come to my house and they want to speak to me, I'm just going to tell them, you know what, brothers? I appreciate you guys, like, with your concern for coming over here, but I'm not interested in speaking to you right now. Have a nice day. And that's it.
Word.
Wow. Look at this.
I don't even give them shit, Jesse. Like, I got bills to pay and all that. You know what I mean?
Now check out
like,
Carol Perry.
I have nothing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to talk to him. Like, maybe it was a year ago. I would probably like haggle back and forth over like scripture with him, but it's not worth haggling over. And I say the word haggling like a sales thing because it's like when you talk to JW elders, you have to haggle with them like scripture. You can't just let God's word say what it is. You have to like convince these dudes like you're a salesperson. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Hey,
They're
JP.
so sold. They're so sold on Watchtower that you can't even show them God's word and say that. It's like you got to haggle with them like a salesman and convince them like, hey, this is what this means or that. And they're so sold on their product that if you try to speak against it, they can't do it because you know why? Because they're going to get cut off. But you know, they're going to get fired from their job. It's crazy, man.
Now,
Go ahead, Jesse.
Keith Silver keeps saying some good comments. He says that he partakes every year and that he thinks that we should go and have some fun at the Kingdom Hall.
Yeah, I partook last year at the Kingdom Hall.
Wow, I didn't know that. You didn't, man. I didn't know that. That's incredible. What about this Carol Paradise? She said no way in hell. Oh, I threw in the hell, but she says no way would she step one foot in that Kingdom Hall ever for any reason. I think that's where most of us are at.
Hey, Jesse, and when I went to the Kingdom Hall, and when I went to the memorial, I went to my old Kingdom Hall, and I had faded for like years, and I seen all these brothers and all that I knew, and I went there and partook, and like, I went there right in their face and partook, you know, like not, I actually sat in the very back row, you know what I mean? Try to be like the most like inconceivable person, you know, at the memorial, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just try to be the most quiet that I could, but I still partook. But bro, those elders like looked at me and they gave me, I was telling Gigi like that, like a year ago. Cause man, I was like, oh, they're going to be like all over me. You know, they're going to be at my house like next Saturday. They never even like have came to my house or anything. I was like, thank God, but I was so worried about it, you know. But I went to my old like congregation, you know. I didn't just go to some like random like Kingdom Hall and like some random congregation. I went to my home congregation, the last congregation that I was affiliated with, and I went there and straight up partook in front of them, you know, like. Because this is what Jesus Christ commands, you know, and that's what's most important to me. So I was like, I don't care what none of you guys say, but you know what? I had family there. I had my mom there and some cousins and other people. But I told them, I was like, you know what? I'm going to be a little late. I'll just get a seat in the back when I can, because I could have been there on time. But you know what? We have to do what's best for us as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. And at the time, that was best. I knew, and I'm still going to partake this next year. That's a whole different story. But I didn't want to offend my family or, you know what I mean? Or crap over their memorial. So I just told them, and I don't even know if they partook or if they know that I partook, but it's such a small world, you know, in the witness kingdom or whatever they want to say, that I'm sure they did get secondhand like knowledge that I did partake, but I didn't really care. But honestly, I showed up a little late. I sat in the back and I did partake, you know, and there are some old elders that I've known for years. And when I ate the bread and the wine, especially with like the bread, that's the first thing that goes around. Like, once you take the bread, it's like, you know, it's like, it's on, like, you know, the wine's going to come around. And it's like, for any ex-JWs out there that want to go to the memorial and you want to partake and you're fearful, I would just tell you, like, be strong, pray to the Lord for the Holy Spirit and it'll come upon you. But when it does, the most thing that's fearful is like once you take the bread. Once you take the bread, you're good. Like you just know the wine's coming around next, and you're fine. So any ex-JWs or JWs that are out there that have to go to the memorial coming up, like, don't be fearful. Like, just partake. Just break off the smallest, even if there's like a little crumb on the plate. That's what I got. There was just some little crumb of bread, and I picked it up and I put it on my tongue, and I partook, and I looked, and I passed it to the next guy, and then there was an elder, and then he just like kind of like nodded his head at me when I partook. I don't know what that meant, but I didn't even care. I was like, whatever, man. I passed it to the next person, and then the wine came around. I partook that, and I didn't even look at that elder. I don't even know if he nodded or that, but I knew that he acknowledged that I had messed up their black mass. You know what I mean? That somebody showed up to that memorial and had the cojones, the balls to say, you know what? I'm here for Christ, and I represent Christ, and I love Christ, and I'm going to do what Christ told me to do. And that's what I did. And, you know, it's coming up soon, and I'm looking forward to going to the memorial. And there's a good ex-JW friend of ours whose name is Celeste. She's really sick with cancer. I know Jesse's brother Gilbert would go visit her a lot when she was in Arizona, but I'm actually going to go celebrate the memorial with her and her son and her daughters who woken up from the witnesses just like her. And we're all going to partake, and we're going to have dinner together. I know she's really sick and stuff, but she requested that I be there, you know. Not really requested. I told her that I wanted to be there because she was telling me. I actually take that back. I actually told her that I would like to be there with her and her family, and she really wanted me to be there with them. So that's how that's going to go down this year for my memorial. But after, I told them at some point, like, we're going to do the memorial together, but at some point there is a Kingdom Hall like down the street from where she lives, not too far. But I am going to go there and run to the memorial real quick and partake, just to kick up the numbers for the partakers, you know. And I think it's right. And as XJW, I think it's good to go to the memorial and partake and show other witnesses that it's okay. You don't have to be ashamed, or because the whole memorial talk is a guilt shaming talk to make people not want to partake of the emblems or whatever they call it. And so I do want to be certain, like, you know, we're going to have dinner together. We're going to do our own memorial ceremony, but I told them, like, I'm going to shoot down the street at some point, like, go to the Kingdom Hall and drink the bread and wine, and then I'll come back and we'll finish the night together. And so that's how I'm going to do my memorial. But I am going to celebrate it with some ex-JWs, and we are going to have dinner together, read some scripture, and then partake of the bread and the wine, just how Christ commanded us. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. So that's all I wanted to say. I hope I didn't take up too much time.
No, not at all, brother. Thanks for sharing that. You know, I might show up at the memorial too, and maybe I'll smoke a doobie, and you know, not to have too much, just enough to fill the air with the beautiful aroma. And they'll be like, I partook. You pass it around. No? Anyone want any? No? Am I bothering anybody here? What? Oh, there's no smoking. Oh, sorry. Put it out.
They'll throw you out.
Hey,
that's okay. I would listen, it would be such a badge of honor to fill that room full of marijuana smoke. Boom. like just everywhere.
No,
But like, well, I'm
you have to-
offering what do you call it? I can't say the word. I keep wanting to say incest.
Incense.
Incense. Thank you. Yeah,
doobie or
you're right.
not, yeah, doobie or not, brother, you just have to partake. That's the most important thing. You know what I mean?
I'm making light of the situation. If I did go, I would partake for sure. Yeah, I'd have no problem with it. But I'm just making light of the situation because their ceremony is such full bullshit. It's so disrespectful to Jesus.
Keith,
the only way it can be respectful is by partaking, like JP said. That's the only way you can be respectful to that arrangement.
Look at what Keith said. Keith's idea is
you
pretty
know what,
good.
Eric? I did partake last year, and I've never done it, and it was so scary. But at the same time, as a Christian, I knew it was what I was supposed to do, and it was so liberating. Like once I left the memorial, I felt like God, like I felt the Holy Spirit over me. You know what I mean? Like I felt so good, like that what I did was so right. Even though like I went there and there was like there's probably almost 300 people in that room that just denied Christ. And I went in there in front of everybody and I told everybody, it's not to bring attention to myself, but I went and I sat in the back. I doubt like 99% of people even saw me, but the ones that did, my whole point was going there as a Christian and to show them it's okay. Like, fear not these men that try to deny Christ from you, these Pharisees, you know? And I went and ate the bread and drank the wine, and I left there and it felt so good. And even a lot of friends that I knew were saying hi to me and, hope to see you soon. Hope to see you Sunday at meeting and stuff. I was like, yeah, maybe we'll see, you know. Obviously I knew I wasn't going to be there. And I don't even know if they see me partake, but I still showed up and I gave my witness to Christ, you know, and that's all I have to say is like any XJWs, if you want to go and partake, do it. It feels so great.
Hey, JP, I just want to commend you for taking that step and doing that because, look, I know that I know what you and me are the same age, 41, and I know we left the witnesses at different times. You know, I left when I was 23, but you know, for me to just think about going back to my home congregation like that and in front of everyone partaking. I honestly don't know if I have the stones to do that. And, you know, I think strength comes in numbers. I really wish that I could just go with you and bring you to my home congregation and we could partake together. That would be so good. But, you know, if I did do it, I would certainly tell.
Company is way better. Yeah, for sure. Having strength in numbers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying about like protests. Like I can't protest by myself. Oh, go ahead, Jerry. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that I would agree. Like I would love for you or Eric or anybody like in this community to have been there with me, but it is like really. When you walk out of there, especially at your home congregation, Aaron, like to partake and that the elders have seen you in that, because they have to like report it to the society and that.
Yep.
It is like telling them like, it doesn't matter because for one, like according to their own theology and that, like if you partake, like they technically, there's Watchtower articles about this that they can't question you if you partake or not, or if you feel like you're anointed. You know what I mean?
Right. Technically they can't, but they can say that you have a mental disease, right? But that's a whole different topic, I guess.
All right. Yeah. I have a question. I have a question for Aaron. I have a question for Aaron, JP, and Jesse. What kind of chances do I have of going to, all right, like I'll give you background. I can go to a congregation in my area where I could go to the memorial of Christ's death or whatever, and no one would really recognize me or know who I was. Not at this specific congregation, especially since I have a beard. No way. So, anyways, with that being said, are they gonna like bust my balls though for showing up with this long beard, asking me all kinds of questions in clothes like this? Maybe a little nicer, but no suit and tie. Like, what's the chances of me being able to get through without being harassed? Because who wants to go through that, you know? Like, if I can get there without harassment, maybe just simple questions like, "Oh, how did you like?" And I could just make something up and say, "I got one of your tracks." But well, go ahead, Jesse. Yeah, you have your hand up.
Eric, I think, I could be wrong, JP and them could tell me, but I think they have security that would go right up to you because you're going to stick out like a sore thumb. And they're going to question you, and they'll probably sit with you or they'll direct you to somewhere. So I think that's what would happen. You know, if me and Gilbert in our town, Yuma, Arizona, if we went, there's like 3 English and about 7 Spanish in our county.
That makes no sense.
We would get arrested. I mean, on the spot. They would call the cops. So I don't think we're like persona non grata. And I think they even sent Gilbert a letter from the branch that if he even sets foot on a property, they would arrest him. So it just depends. Some brothers can go to the Kingdom Hall, and some of us can't.
So if I got a suit, would the beard be bypassed? Because beards aren't allowed. Would they be confused?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Would the suit do it? Would the suit change it? I have a suit, but I gained some weight, and I don't think I'm going to fit in it. But yeah, like I wonder if because I just don't want a problem. And then once I'm in and nobody's giving me a problem, then I'll partake, and then I'll stand out like a real sore thumb. And I won't care. And in fact, at that point, if anyone gives me shit. If anyone gave me shit, I would stand up and say, Jehovah's Witnesses, you need to research the Australian Royal Commission and what's going on in Pennsylvania. 15 perpetrators, like, just go off.
But a lot of guys
Sir, your invitation has been revoked. You have to leave. Sir, your invitation has been revoked.
Yeah, that's what will happen. Yes.
Look, I'm a prophet.
But your beard, a lot of guys have beard here now. A lot of the guys,
but they're not, but not like this, right? This is that's pushing it. Like I would be curious if there's an elder out there that has like a style beard like mine that's like longer. You know, just
well, there's only one way to find out. You're gonna have to go.
I'll bring my phone. I'll have it in my pocket with the camera pointing out, and we'll just go.
Hey, can you go with the ZZ?
I got nothing to do anymore, right? My wife is gone, and I'm disabled. I might as well do something.
Can you go in a ZZ Top shirt?
Yeah. Hey, I'll wear my glasses and everything. Go, that's a soft dress, man.
You could go over there and say, hey, you know what? I'm here to pick up on somebody's wife and see what happens.
Oh boy. Okay, so you want me to go there with guns blazing and say I'm here to commit adultery?
Yes.
Let me tell you, I'm here for one reason, punk. To fornicate with your wife.
And I heard the JW girls are the cleanest.
I don't know, they can be dirty.
Yeah.
I can tell you there was one time when I went to the memorial. So I moved out of my parents' house when I was 21. In 2005, I was about to be 22, but before that, I was still 21. The memorial of 05 was coming, and I was thinking, well, what am I going to do about this memorial? So what ended up happening was I ended up going to the memorial in a different neighboring congregation, and that was the Pike Creek, Delaware congregation. And of course, there was someone there that recognized me. His name was Jack. I think he was a distant cousin of my mom's. So I think at some point later on, he came to visit me, and he was like, "Well, you know, Aaron, you came to our memorial, and blah 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 blah." But in reality, the reason why I went there was, I guess, because had been missing meetings at the time because of different, you know, various reasons. I guess I was questioning the whole thing even back then, the religion and everything. And but I still, at that time, I still had the fortitude to be like, okay, if I'm going to make any one meeting, it's going to have to be the memorial. So, but even back then, I didn't have the stones to like go to my home congregation and be like, okay, I'm back. You know what I mean? I just didn't want to have to face all that and face all those people and be like, oh, he's coming back now, right? And I'm like, I don't know if I'm coming back. I didn't want to have to explain all that. So I went to another congregation, like I said, and you know, it was all right. But if I had known what I know now, I would have partook at the other congregation, and I wouldn't have given it a second thought. But you know, I mean, there's always this year, right? I could do it this year.
Yeah, no doubt, Aaron.
Hey, let me ask you this. What about if you go, there's going to be, and I think somebody made a comment right now about, he agrees with me. They're going to have ushers sitting in the back looking for brothers. So they're going to try to limit everything they can. Now, they probably have an instructions. If you're like JP is going to partake, they must have instructions not to stop anybody, right?
To cause like
a scene.
To cause like a scene, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So they just go on. They let everybody partake.
Makes sense.
Now, in the era of COVID-19, do they disinfect the glass, or they just let everybody take from the common cup? That's a good question.
How many people? Well, but how many people are actually partaking? So that's the thing.
Well,
like
all the apostates.
They probably don't think about it because they're like, no, you know, we don't have any in our halls, so we're good.
At that time, Jesse, I think from 20 to 2022, they just did it on Zoom.
How many had it?
I didn't wake up till 2021, and I remember there was like at least 2 memorials. No, 2022 was the first memorial that went back, because 2020 I was still indoctrinated and wasn't awake yet. In 2020 and 2021, and then I remember going to the first memorial like in 2022, and that's when I was already awake, but that's when they had them in person. But what's crazy, going along with what Jesse said, was they had our memorial like at a banquet hall or something. Like they rented like some kind of like a banquet hall or something like this last year. And I showed up to the memorial like right on time, like right when it started. And then just right before they started passing the bread and the wine, I got up because I had to use the restroom. I had to take a leak. So I asked with the attendants, I was like, hey, where's the restroom? And then he told me, he's like, I'll show you. And then he walked me to the restroom, which was outside of the banquet hall that they rented. It was like a little like alleyway outside of it. And then you go down this little alleyway, and then there's like a bathroom there. So I went to the bathroom, and I was like feeling kind of nervous because I was about to partake. And I remember I splashed a little water on my face, and I was like, all right, like it's all go. Now he's like, they're about to pass the bread, like I have to partake. And then when I got out of the bathroom, like that ministerial servant or attendant from the memorial, he was still waiting there, like waiting for me, and he escorted me back to my seat. Like, he didn't even let me go to the bathroom by myself, and I was like, man, that was weird,
So they do have people. So you were marked. You were marked already.
No, they escorted me to the bathroom. Like I got up and it was at a rented venue, and I didn't see a bathroom, so I went and asked. I said, "Is there a restroom?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll show you where it is." He's like, "Follow me." So I followed him. He took me outside of the building. We walked down, like one or two businesses, and then we went left. And then I went in there, and then when I got out, he was like waiting at the end, like still waiting, and I was like, okay, like I know where. Like you don't need to walk me back to the seat, dude. Like I know where it's at. It was
no, that's
weird,
a new.
Very controlling.
You were marked. So so we know that if any of us goes, marked. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I was more marked after I partook, Jesse. Can you imagine that? Like,
wow, yeah.
That was even before I was partook. And then after that, damn, there was just some crazy looks, but I don't know. It is what it is, but we got to do what Christ tells us to do.
I feel you, Jerry.
Now, what is got some good comments over here on the comment section.
What am I missing?
Well, it seems like everybody was trying to say the same thing. Everybody's trying to figure out if you partake, you're going to be definitely marked. If you're new at the Kingdom Hall, you're going to be marked. Now, the interesting thing though is that they have to even be careful because a lot of the sisters, are partaking now. Before it would just be a guy thing. I think now a lot of the girls are doing it. So their security must be beefed up for anybody that they don't recognize. They put a body on. Yeah. Because some of the best YouTube videos on apostates are the sisters, are the girls. I haven't seen too many of the girls partake though. Maybe it's just me. I haven't seen a lot of videos of the women partaking.
Yeah. Maybe because a lot of them are white liberals.
Sorry. And you guys want to know what's crazy? Like for me, like put like the biggest fear into me is like when I was there, when they seated me down, I was sitting next to this empty chair, and there was this silver sword there, like in fresh, like plastic, like a brand new silver sword, like still in the plastic. And they sat me there, the attendant, and then this guy like came in there after me, and obviously like he was like somebody's Bible study or something, because like when he sat down, they gave him a silver sword, and then he was opening it up, taking it out of the plastic. And then that put even more stress on me because I was like, dang, like, because this guy is probably his first memorial, you know what I mean? And he's going to see everybody like denying the bread and the wine. And I was like, I have to partake. So I was like, I hope this doesn't like bring more attention to myself because this guy's sitting next to me and then he's confused and then like partakes, which he should, but he ended up like not partaking, but he did look at me and then he looked around, before he got it, like kind of confused, like the bread, especially like, because he seen me take a little piece of the bread and then like eat it. And then I passed him the plate and then I don't know, he just gave it to the attendant like he didn't know what to do, but he looked at me and I was like, oh damn, like. And the same thing happened with the wine, but that was another thing that I could recall from the memorial that was like kind of stressful, was this new person that obviously wasn't a JW, he was somebody's Bible student, and I don't know, I partook, but at least in anything, like I was thinking, if anything that'll give his, the brother or whoever's studying with that man, that'll give him a question and he'll ask him, why did that guy, when I went to the memorial, why did he eat the bread and the wine and nobody else did? Maybe, I was hoping maybe that, but I'm like, obviously the answer that brother's going to give is, this is like some mentally unstable guy, you know what I mean? That's like showed up, like, that's probably what he's going to tell him, but whatever, we'll leave it in God's hands, The Holy Spirit is powerful. That's all I have to say.
I go to mass with my aunt. I take my aunt. She's real elderly, and she's one of the last surviving of my family. And I take her to mass, and I sit with her, and I just sit down and I shut up. I'm not Catholic. I was born Catholic. I was a baby when my parents left, but I just watch everybody, and probably 70% of the church takes mass, and nobody talks about it. Just the people that are going to stand up, they go, and the priest gives them the bread and the communion, but nobody talks about it like us Jehovah's Witnesses. I think we're the ones who make the biggest deal out of it.
Yeah, I agree. And it's Christianity altogether. They make a big deal about all of it. Some faiths more than others, but Jehovah's Witnesses aren't. I know, I get it. They're not really Christianity, but some people. All right, I'm going to quote Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil said, "I love the Lord. It's Christians I can't stand." And he was talking about specifically on that show about a Jehovah's Witness man who was shunning his wife, and she was disfellowshipped, or it was vice versa. So I'm sorry, it's a very old episode, and I'm doing it off the cuff. But I think it was him shunning her, and he said something like, "Well, when they were talking about the specifics, which was everything true, this was a good anti-witness for the witnesses, and everything they were saying was true." And Dr. Phil said to them, "If my wife is not welcome somewhere, then I'm not welcome there, because it goes the Lord, your wife, your kids, and then your community." He's like, and that's it. He's like, and there's no religious, that's a man-made law, you shunning, you disfellowshipping. I mean, it was a good show back in the 2000 something, I don't know, 2012 or somewhere around there. But this is a slow deterioration of Watchtower's rules that have harshly affected the people, and it's radicalism. And I'm glad that it's coming out, even if it's slowly but surely, because that's what it is. I just wanted to comment on one thing. Keith Silver said that this is like a Alcoholics Anonymous session, and you're right, it is in a way. Him and I think Jane Spitfire were saying that too. But like in a way, it is like that, because we're all like, maybe you have Alcoholics Anonymous. You have I think there's something for widowers and widows like myself. I'm not getting into that for myself, but there's all kinds of people who have trauma from being in the war, from the military. There's all kinds of support groups, and I guess to put it plainly, this is a support group, and we do repeat ourselves. Fair to say. No harsh words. Just agreeing with you. Yeah, it is a lot like Alcoholics Anonymous. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Jerry JP. I was gonna agree, like with what Jesse was saying earlier about the partaking and stuff. How I think somebody was saying, like, nobody makes a big deal about it except the witnesses. Yeah, and that's true, Jesse, because it's normal. Like any religion, whether they're Catholic or Protestant, like it's very clear in the scriptures that that's something that we're supposed to do. So yeah, that's why they don't make a big deal about it, except the witnesses, because it's written clearly in scriptures that if you want to be saved, that you have to eat of the bread and drink of the wine, you know what I mean? Or you don't have no life in you. and both Catholics and Protestants recognize that. So I think to answer Jesse's question, like from us as like XJWs, like, yeah, that's why like it's not a big thing, and like they don't even really think about it like how we do, or it's like not a big deal or memorial celebration or like a once a year thing, because most churches like partake, you know, weekly or even monthly, like where I go, like for example, like non-denominational church, but they have communion like the first Sunday of every month, you know. They could have it every week, but that's just when they offer it, you know what I'm saying? But
sure,
they're not putting rules like it has to be one day of this year and only for a certain people and all this stuff, you know. That's just ridiculous. And if we would just want to hold scripture for scripture, it's like that's what Jesus commanded, and I would beg to ask any witness, like, show me a scripture in the Bible where it says specifically that only 144,000 are partakers, and you're not going to find that, you know, in the Bible. So I thought that was good, though, that what Jesse brought up. But it is because they're not concerned about it because they don't care about it. You know, they've been, you know, sadly they've been misled by Watchtower to not do and recognize one of the most important things for salvation. But again, that goes to show how you know, Satan works to mislead people, to you know, take people away from God and lead them into destruction. And the memorial celebration of the witnesses is just one fine example. Or it's not even a fine example; it's a sad example of how they do that. That's all I had to say.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Hey, hey, Jesse, if you have any, or Jesse or JP, if you have any closing words that you want to say, because I think I'm going to wrap things up. It's almost been 3 hours, and I told myself I was going to do a 2-hour show, but
yeah,
man, I've had fun. I've had fun with everybody, and thank you for all my rants, and love you all. But yeah, what do you got to say, Jesse?
I was just going to say, one of the things I can't remember, and I might be way off, but I think it was P.T. Barnum, or Gilbert would know, but he said there's a sucker born every minute. And we were all suckers. So I don't think this is an AA. I think we were just fools, and Watchtower took us for fools because we didn't have no theological teaching or education. We weren't have any Christian university background. And so we bought all their diatribe about everything.
Right.
And now, but if you go on social media, one of the things I see, there's a sucker born every minute. You see all these Jehovah's Witnesses, they're obsessed with paradise, earth, and it looks like a social club. They're all dressed real pretty, and they call themselves Daughters of Jehovah. They're all beautiful, hot girls and everything, but there's no substance. They're just suckers. They're dumb. They're retarded. They have no brain, no thinking capacity. And remember, the apostle even talked about it, how that they never grew up. They're still drinking the milk. And the apostle Paul told them to grow up, to have meat. And the Jehovah's Witnesses they know that there's a sucker born every minute. They've worked their way through the United States, and nobody's buying it here. So they're going to third world countries. And that's what we're seeing right now. But there's a sucker born every minute. And the witnesses know it. And sadly, when we were babies, they got our mom and dads in it. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna Mr. GA, make retarded great again.
Make retarded great again. MRGA. Uh-huh.
Did I say that wrong?
MRGA.
That's like a word. That's a word that only like old school people use, like myself. You can't use that or the F word either for homosexuality.
I've been liking hearing everything that y'all's been telling us over this program.
Hey, Dallas.
And y'all have been about that communion, about that
Yes,
you
sir.
should go and partake.
Yes.
Yes.
And maybe go to a church communion, even better yet. That would be even better to go to.
Yeah. Now, Dallas, would you, if you went to the Kingdom Hall, would you partake or will you roll up a joint like Eric professed he might do?
I just go somewhere else where nobody knows me and then partake. Ain't knowing.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, I would never have the balls of Keith Richards and snort his father's ashes.
And y'all were talking about the milk, and as us here, what we were doing by being here, we were trying to learn weird things that about the milk. You were saying that we had put away childish things.
Correct.
And that's what we're doing when we leave the community, is we putting away childish things, even if we didn't put in our resignation yet, which the only thing I need to do is put in that resignation notice.
You are so right, because they are childish things. If you go to Facebook and look at any Jehovah's Witness, because they pop up, and look at jw.org, look at all their videos. They talk about their paradise earth. They're in the mama's milk. They haven't left Jehovah's titty yet. That's all they talk about, paradise earth. When Jesus says, pick up your cross and follow me. You know, it's like that country song, I beg your pardon, I didn't promise you a rose garden. That's life. Life is, the Jehovah's Witnesses are living in this fantasy that they're going to be hugging lions and they're going to be hugging tigers and bears.
Pandas.
Oh my.
Yeah, they're obsessed with this nirvana, this paradise earth. They don't understand that we're in hell. And then they want to judge us. They know they're nothing. Yes, we know that in the new world and the new system, they're going to be reigning like kings. But right now, they're not shit. We don't owe them nothing, and they do not lord over us. This is still paradise hell. We're not on paradise earth yet. We don't owe them nothing.
We're not even in the...
And there was even a book that had that word on it, if you remember.
Excuse me.
If you're a what? A leper?
The book.
If you remember.
The word paradise on it.
Yes. You can live forever in paradise earth.
You can live forever with parasites on earth.
Oh my
God. Parasites. I got you, man.
Or you can work forever in the garden.
So if we're going to live with parasites on earth, we the apostates are the ivermectin.
That's a good one.
I think that's what the one episode is pretty much what it's about. Be more realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jesse, I was going to ask you, what was that Barnum?
No, I think it was P.T. Barnum. Barnum and Bailey.
Yeah.
They were the greatest show on earth around the turn of the 19th, 20th century. They ran the circus.
Yeah, the circus, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Barnum and Bailey.
Yeah, what was that quote you said, though?
Sucker born every minute. That was an exact quote, by the way.
Like I was gonna just say with that, like, yeah, I was born as a witness, so I was a sucker born that minute, you know what I mean? But like as far as it goes, so with people that are still in, yeah, they're almost like suckers, but it's like, I like how Ray Friend said that they're victims of victims, you know what I mean? So the way I see like every XJW kid or anything is just a victim.
Yes.
That's born in. Like, for example, there's this kid, he's like 8 or 9 years old. He drew my mom a picture and quoted a scripture on there. I forgot what it was. And he drew an illustration, and it's just nothing but like a car and some other stuff, like a New World Translation and some other stuff, you know. And it's so sad. It's like a little drawing from a little kid that he gave to my mom. I'll have to send it to like Eric, and probably I'll send it to your brother Gigi so they can check it out. But I looked at it, and it was just so sad that this kid, like, that's what he thinks like salvation is, or like what God is, or a godly organization. Like, he literally drew a car, New World Translation, the tablet that had jw.org on it, and he drew a few other little things like some candies and some other stuff, because that's what my mom is like known for, like for the JW little kids. Like, she's 80 something, but she always like gives the kids like candies and is always like buying them toys and presents. My mom likes to do stuff like that, but I'll have to send that picture that kid drew to my mom. It was a nice picture. Like, he's a good artist. I'm not going to put that beside him, but what he drew on there, it just really made me so sad. Like, my mom really loved it, but it made me so sad, like seeing that's what's on like a 9 or 10-year-old mind. You know what I mean?
Hey, JP, you know what? Let me go let's go deep. Before Eric closes the show, let me throw you some deep stuff that I've noticed, because I'm 56 years old and I've been around the block a time or two. And,
well, hold on 1 second. Let me ask you this. Do you want to keep the show going, and I can be in the background while I cook my supper?
Okay, that sounds
It's
good.
up to you guys. Does that sound good?
I like
So
that
I'll let you guys go, and I'll be in the background with the microphone on, but my camera will be off.
All right.
Enjoy,
Okay,
Eric.
guys. Go ahead, Jesse. Hey, love you guys.
Have a nice dinner, Eric.
It's not Italian
thank you.
food, is it?
Thank you, Grace. I'll still be here, but thank you.
Yeah. Okay. What I was
I'm gonna figure it out.
What I was going to tell you is,
come back, Eric, come back.
Yeah.
I love you all. Thank you.
If you go to any convention, I remember going to the convention in Tucson in the 80s, and then the 70s in the Dodger Stadium, and in the San Diego Qualcomm. And you could close your eyes and you would feel the same spirit of people talking, the same jokes, the same laughter in Tucson as there is in San Diego, as there is in LA, as there is in El Paso. It's all the same. And the decades could pass by. So I would imagine if you could close your eyes and go to any convention, the people will sound the same. Almost if like we're dealing with NPCs. It's almost like the Jehovah's Witnesses have no individuality. It's the same. Maybe we're not dealing with living souls, maybe. I don't know. But sometimes when I would listen to a sister in the 1980s, and I would tell my wife, I heard the same joke in Dodger Stadium 20 years ago. It's the same thing. It's almost the same people. There's no individuality. There's no spirit of independence in the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's what I gathered. And now everything I'm saying is just imagination, just my imagination. I have no proof, no evidence of it, and I don't even espouse it. I'm just saying my experience is that the Jehovah's Witnesses are not really individuals. They're almost like a commune. That's what I've experienced. Anybody have any comment on that?
I think you're right, Jesse. Like, you could go to a convention of like 1996, 1997, 1987 and 1977, and still hear kind of like the same message, the people would be dressed the same, acting the same. You know what I mean? We would still be getting food distributed to us. That's when they would give out food back then. The brothers would still be clean shaven with rice.
Thank God.
But even the accents, if you saw a sister in Tucson and you saw a sister in San Diego and you close your eyes, you would swear to God that they were the identical person, the identical joke, the identical cadence, the identical tone, the identical sense of humor, everything, the identical dress. Everything is identical. There's no difference.
Well, I think that goes to show the power of indoctrination. You know what I mean? Because people hear the message and they're like, okay, this has to come from God because it's coming through God's, appointed channel, so to speak.
Yeah.
So this is what happens. People are sheep and people tend to follow like a herd, and so you can go anywhere you want within the world, really. And as long as people hear that message and they resonate with it, they're going to react the same way.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Did that happen in the English?
Thing. It's like they are drones or something.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, exactly.
I think about this movie a lot, The Stepford Wives. I think I was part of it way back because I used to bake the cookies and always be nice to everybody. I just think, but I think sometimes I think that some people, they enjoy to obey, and some people are more rebellious. I think it's just how the person is also. And I think I'm more to the rebellious side because I don't like taking orders too much. There has to be a limit for me. I could only take so much orders and then I will be irritated, I think.
Yes. And I think
You're absolutely right, Grace. That's the way they have an elder arrangement set up to keep people in check, like yourself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I suggest you take it for that.
And everywhere, what we're learning everywhere, not just in our religion.
I have some friends that are worldly, but I only have a few friends that actually are Christians. I mean, I tried to go to the free church, but eventually, I think it took more than 10 years. They started to say all kinds of weird stuff, so I couldn't stay there. And now I heard someone mention Catholic Church. I've been there 3 times. I mean, I guess it's not ideal, but I mean, in Sweden, the Swedish National Church, they decided a priest have to marry gay couples in 2009. So, I mean, lots of people don't want to go to Swedish National Church. I mean, it's hard to find a good church. Then I still haven't found any church that are really interested in following the Bible. They just want to follow their rules, or I don't know. But I thought about that. I mean, if you're going to say something, you want it to be something big, like this is important for everybody to hear. But I think also the small things can be big for some people. And I was just thinking, because I spent a lot of time with Jehovah's Witness. I mean, I could go up early in the morning just to make fresh bread for them before they came to me. And I spent so much time just baking for them. And at the same time, I had my own challenges. And on top of everything, I needed to attend to my mother. She was getting older. She needed my help and everything. And I did the much things I did for Jehovah's Witness. Then as soon as I stopped going to Kingdom Hall, nobody called me. Nobody asked me, how are you? How is it going with your mother? Do you have any problem? Are you depressed? No, nothing. They didn't even ask me after all I did for them. I mean, if I had done that for my worldly friends, I'm sure they would call me at least. I mean, they're just so cold. They are so, Jehovah's Witnesses are so cold. And it's really, I don't think about it that much, but this evening I started to think about it really, because there was somebody who said, what did you dislike about the organization? And I think this is a thing that I really dislike, that they are so cold. So I will be quiet now, let somebody else talk.
Thanks, Grace, for bringing that up.
Yeah, they're cold. They're cold.
It's like that song, "You're as cold as ice."
Foreigner.
Willing to sacrifice your love. All right.
And you know what? It's Foreigner. And speaking of Foreigner, isn't Grace a foreigner? She's from South Philly. Where did she say she's from?
Sweden.
Oh, Sweden. I thought she said
from
Sweden.
I'm from Sweden.
I thought you said South Philly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she totally has a South Philly accent. Are you kidding me,
Yes.
Jesse?
I mean, my English, I take that as a compliment. Like, my English is so good, you actually think I'm from America.
Well,
That's
you
a
were
good
saying about making
compliment.
bread.
I mean,
Well, your English is very good. I'm not
Your
gonna lie.
English is very good.
Your English is
Your English
is just about perfect.
You were talking about making bread for the mob. I thought you were from South Philly. I'm sorry.
Oh, forget about it.
I
Hey,
feel
forget
like
about
you
it. Forget about it,
complimented
Grace.
me now. I will have a big head now and I will start to talk on all the shows now, and I will tell everybody you should listen to me because my English is so good. So that's a great compliment.
Your English is
Thank
very
you
good.
very much.
Forget about
Yes.
it, Grace. Your English is very good. Forget about it.
Forget
Well,
about
hey,
it. There's
I
no
only live
question
20.
about it. Grace's English is better than anything around here. Forget about it. Oh, there you go.
Hey, Grace, in Sweden, did you ever have one of them famous Swedish bread sandwiches? I personally like the sourdough, a little rye, a little sourdough. Bada bing.
I guess I have had all kinds of sandwiches, but we usually make a sandwich like a big cake, and we have everything on it.
DK?
Okay.
What you say? DK cake?
It's like a cake.
Oh, cake.
No, she said it's like a cake, but like a sandwich, and there's everything on it, and it's like a cake.
Now, isn't Sweden neutral? Isn't they neutral? They're like the Jehovah's Witnesses, aren't they neutral?
Oh no, we joined NATO lately, so we're not neutral
Oh, you did
anymore.
join NATO?
But we used
Oh,
I didn't
so
know
you're
that.
like
I
the
didn't know you
Jehovah's
guys
Witness.
did.
You're not neutral no more.
No, we're not neutral anymore, and I'm not neutral either.
Why are you not neutral? Are you conservative or liberal or capitalist or communist?
I think if I was in United States, as much as I think Donald Trump has made a lot of personal mistakes, I will still vote for him because I worry about the economy of United States, and I think he's the only one who can keep the economy really together.
Hey, so you're one of us.
I agree.
Smart woman.
Bada bing.
Yep.
Well,
hey, Grace sounds
Show
like
me
she
the
could
money.
be one of us.
Show me the money.
She's MGJ, making Jehovah great again.
There you go. I like I like what Becky says. Mega, make Eric great again.
There's all this man.
Grace, may I ask you may I ask you a little bit of a personal question? Is there a Mr. Grace?
No, I'm single. I'm waiting for the right one. So.
The way you said it was funny. I'm Mr. Grace.
Hey, I'm just asking. I gotta ask.
What does that even mean? Like, would his name be Grace too, and be a Mister?
Now, if the reason I
think
asked,
he would have to be a
That's funny.
pretty Christian person. He would have to like say grace for dinner and things. I want somebody really Christian. So.
Are there Christians in Sweden?
Not really.
Yeah, I heard.
No. What are they mostly? Atheists,
Communist, Methodist.
That's Christian.
No, they are social democrats, I guess. Social democrats, most of them, I guess.
Would you vote for?
No, but I mean, there's a few. We have a few churches, but like I said, there's problems with the churches. So I don't know where to go really. It's like they said where should I go or something. I don't know where to go. So right now I'm going to Catholic Church because I like something better right now.
Okay,
you know where I go? I go with myself. It works out pretty good with me. Loneliness sucks, but it's not so bad than being with somebody that sucks.
Wait. So there's no Mr.
I'd rather
Grace.
suck alone.
But if you had to have a Mr. Grace, would you go to a Kingdom Hall to try to attract a Mr. Grace?
Oh, hell no. You know the answer to that.
If worse came to worse and you had to have a Mr. Grace, would you go to a Catholic church? What would you do? It's hard for a woman like you in Sweden because there's not a lot of men.
I think I would move to America and find somebody ex-Jehovah's Witness.
Could you move to San Diego? I think Faded is looking.
Whatever, but not where it's too hot. I couldn't stand Arizona. That's just too hot for me. You know, I'm a bit of a redhead also. I have a little red in me, so I cannot stand too much heat.
Oh, you're a redhead.
What?
I didn't know that about you, Grace. You are? You're a redhead.
What if I set you up with?
No, I'm asking legitimately because my wife was a redhead, and that's why you're feisty. That's why you're so feisty, because all you damn redheads are the same. You're all got the fire in you.
My wife is a redhead.
My red is not that potent. But my skin is very delicate, and I get freckles in the summer. But my hair is more like maybe hazelnut brown or something. So it's not really red. I mean, but my skin is like a red person.
Hey, Grace,
if you're on YouTube, you can see what my wife looks like. She's very red and pale. Well, red hair and pale skin. I mean,
I'm a Mexican American, and my mom was red hair. My wife is red hair.
Hello, why is there no woman on this show? It's all men. Where's the women? Have you?
Because
Grace from Sweden. You are the woman.
Yes,
right here.
But in the United States, a woman knows her role.
Shit.
And this is like James Brown. This is a man's world. This is a man's world.
Our lines are open, so any women that want to call in, they can call in.
Hey, Grace, I'm very offended. Hold on. I have something very important to say. JP. I'm very offended of what Grace said because I actually, 5 seconds ago, decided to identify as a woman. So I'm coming out here live on TV, and I am a woman. I didn't realize that. You can call me Erica from now on. Just add it to it. So I'm Erica. I'm not going to change my voice or cut my beard or go on any kind of hormone, but I'm a woman.
Is your name Brigitte?
No, but you can put the beard on your head, and then you will look exactly like a woman.
There you go. maybe a girl like an afro. I don't know, because the beard hair is different than the top hair. It doesn't. It doesn't look the same.
Could your new name be Ricky Lake instead of Ricky
Bobby?
Bobby?
There you go, maybe. Ricky Lake.
Hey, you know, there was a lady on earlier
instead of
on
Ricky
JP.
Bobby. That's funny. Go ahead, Aaron.
There was a lady on Anne Marie's program earlier. She was called Katie Pratt, and at the end of the program, she left and never came back. So I don't know what happened to her, but it would have been interesting if she could have came on and said something.
Was that the chick from England?
Anne-Marie, but Anne-Marie is a woman. Maybe she can easier attract women, because I used to talk to her sometimes also.
Now, Grace.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal with you. I'm going to extend an olive branch. I actually know some women, okay, but they're not connected to the XJW world. I know them from PlayStation, but they're cool and they would come on the show if you want them to. So if that makes you feel cool, the next 2 weeks I'll round up some of the chicks I know, and one of them's a Lutheran. She can give her story about her trauma if she feels like. But a lot of them don't like talking about religious stuff. That's the thing. They don't like talking about religious stuff. They like talk, but they like talking about people's pain and their like impasse. So it's like it's not like I know chicks.
Jehovah's Witness woman.
Jehovah's Witness woman, like
Jehovah's Witness woman.
Yeah. All right. I know Audrey. We can try to get her on.
Hey,
you want me to try to get Audrey? Actually, it'd be better if you reached out to her.
Hey, Grace, you're asking you'd be interested in going out with an XJW man?
Yes.
Yeah, if you're ever in
Wow.
California, hit me up. I'll take you out on a date.
Would you, JP? You gonna hook her up with Gilbert?
Nice of you. Thank you.
I'm serious. I will take you on a nice date.
Great combo.
We're in California.
Isn't Audrey married?
I'm waking up now.
Gilbert single?
Gilbert single, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, him and I talked last night. He's doing good.
Grace, would you mind? Would you mind going out with a member of the governing body?
Yeah, I'm single, Chris.
I don't want. They are old and fast. I don't like them.
See, why you gotta ask a question we all know the answer to? Come on, man.
No, I'm very young. I have a body like a Greek god.
I thought it was.
But I don't like a beard. I don't like beard. I'm more like people who shave at least once a week.
Grace looks like she's beyond.
I guess you and I won't work. I guess you and I won't work, honey.
Grace is beyond a Greek.
I shave every 6 days.
Hey, Ricky.
I shave my head. I shave the top of my head once or twice a week.
Grace is beyond a Greek god. She wants a goddamn Greek.
Hey, Grace. I don't know if you know this, and some of my guy friends know this, but believe it or not, I want nothing to do with a relationship with the next Jehovah's Witness. Nah. Nope. No, thank you. Y'all are effed up. and speaking from experience, I'm effed up. It's like I need to be with some normality. Maybe a chick. Like I'm not even looking for anybody. But if I was even gonna think about it, a chick that has a family, so I have in-laws. I'm not even talking marriage. Just like, oh hey, you have like boyfriend. And ta-da! You have like people in your life because I'm in solitude. You know, it's like what the hell does an XJW have to offer me? I already tried to get to know one, and it was a nightmare. Nope. Because sometimes ex-Jehovah's Witnesses don't know how to shed their skin of the Jehovah Witness doctrine. You know, it's like they're either too Bible thumping or they go the other way and they're like, serve Moloch.
Well, it's like you said before, Eric. You said you even texted me before. You said some people don't know how to stop being Jehovah's Witnesses, right? And that's the thing. Like if the personalities there don't meet, then it's not going to work, right? I mean, just because it worked for Rick and Susan and Connie and Dick doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody, right?
And just because it doesn't work for me doesn't mean it's not going to work for other people. It's just that I'm just saying the other aspect of it. Like for me, but then you never know. 5 years from now or whatever, I could end up with a. You know, you never know. Love is love. Love is love.
But the problem is this. Here is the problem. If I meet a normal guy, he would think it's odd if I'm on 6 screens every weekend. So that's why I have to have a Jehovah's Witness who would understand that I'm on 6 screens every weekend.
Oh, I would be if I met a really great girl, I'd be like, see you guys. I got a whole life ahead of me now, you know, but nah, that's not gonna happen. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't let this get in my way of a relationship. I'm not like Rick. You know, Rick's whole entire life revolves around what he does, so he needs that in common. You know, everybody's got different life circumstances. Plus, he's older, and he can attract like the old Christian type of sisters. I almost feel like I should be with the 60-year-old because it's like I have more in common with them than the younger chicks with all the friggin' problems. But it don't really work out for me either.
You might be surprised.
The thing that's crazy, Eric, is that I've talked to many ex-JWs. Like, I can give credit to like Joe and Fran for that, but everybody has a completely different situation. Like, some people are in, some people are out, some people have family that are in, some people don't have no family.
You're right. They're absolutely
pretending like, oh man. I mean,
I'm being a little narrow-minded. You're right. There's the situations are vast and like numerous.
There's like situations on situations of like people that are in the organization. You know what I mean? It's just crazy.
Absolutely, you're right.
And it's not taking away. No, it's not taking away anything that you said. I'm just saying, like, this is my view of like what's going on, since I've like talked to so many people that have left through Joe and Fran. And even some of us, even if you're physically out, mentally out, like I am now, we all have a different story. People that are physically out, mentally in, or physically in, mentally out.
Sure.
I mean, everybody is like dealing with something. Like, some people are like, literally, bro, like, you know, you and me, like Mr. CIA man, you know, our buddy from Long Island, like, he has to pretend like that, but he's like literally out, you know. And
CIA man,
my heart aches for him every day. But what I'm saying, Eric, is there's some people that are like him, like physically out, mentally in, that are going through different situations. You know what I mean? Like, it's so complicated. You know what I mean?
I'm confused because our friend on Long Island is a Pimo, not a pony. Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a pony.
No, he's not a pony. He's a Pimo. He's physically in, mentally out. Like his family thinks he's a witness. Yeah. Yeah, you keep saying, maybe I'm messing it up. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe I'm messing it up. Sorry, Jerry.
My point being is that within these different phases, whether you're Pimo, Palmy, you know, Pomeranian, whatever, you're all going through like something weird, and it's something different. You know what I mean?
That was a funny joke.
Yeah, I heard that from that guy. I think.
No, that was funny, dude. That was a good line. That was like a little Norm Macdonald coming out of you.
Like, yeah, the point being, my point I'm trying to make is that, like, even if somebody's like a Pimo or a Pomy, there's different situations, you know, whether it's family involved or just the elders or whatnot, you know what I mean?
Sure.
So it's a very complicated thing and process for everybody. So that's kind of just the point I was trying to make. But if anybody else wants to build on top of what I was saying or that, but sorry, I didn't mean to like go off the rails or like.
No, you're fun, man.
Different things. You know what I was talking about.
Yeah, it's great. Good banter.
So, Eric, you need a 60-year-old woman?
Maybe, man. I don't know. Nah, I'm a hermit. I'm staying alone.
I just have to say that if there's one 60-year-old woman I would have to choose, it would have to be Pam Bondi, because she's kind of hot for a 60-year-old.
She's not 60.
She's 60.
She's not.
She's in her 50s at least. She's in her
Is
50s
she?
at least. Late 50s? I think. She's up
No,
there.
no way. She's in her
up
30s
there.
or 40s, bro. No way.
Pam
All
Bondi?
right,
Really?
I'm looking up her age right now. Because like you got me like floored.
Hey,
I think
but
she's
she's
up
the
there.
Attorney General.
Yep.
No
Yeah, I
Jehovah's
know
Witness
she is.
to be around an Attorney General. She'll impeach you, dude. She's tough.
Oh, dude, you're not kidding. You're not kidding. Holy shit, she looks good for her age. She's 59.
I know.
She's 59 years old.
That's what
I
I'm
had
saying.
no
She's got good
idea.
game.
I had
She's got great
no
game.
clue. Holy crap.
She came on Fox
I'm
the
impressed.
other day. Yeah, she looks really nice for 60.
Hey, so
No, I
if you
can't believe
like
she's
Pam
60.
Bondi,
That's insane.
if you like Pam Bondi and Ricky Bobby identifies as a woman, he might have the hots for Kash Patel.
I'm a lesbian.
And
that's too funny.
JP's from California. He has the hots for Gavin Newsom.
I'm sorry, but I'm from Rhode Island, and our mayor was Cicilline, and I am on his side.
I don't have that. I have the hate for
Mayor
Gavin Newsom.
Mayor
Nobody likes him. I don't even know how the heck he's here.
What's that?
I said I have the hate for Gavin Newsom, Jesse. Like in California, like nobody likes Gavin Newsom. So
I know. I'm just joking.
Gavin Newsom.
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 Yeah.
Hey, but now Grace, we didn't ask Grace if she would be well, if we're gonna find her a boyfriend, would she like Mexican boyfriend? Is she on? Hey Grace, are you there? Oh, we lost Grace.
No, she might be back. Give her a second. She might have to unmute herself.
I'm not for, hello?
Yes.
I'm not for
Yes.
any particular race or anything. But the thing is, I'm tall. I'm 5'11".
5'11".
And if I
Tall woman.
are going to be with a man, he will have to like tall women. Otherwise, it will be a problem, I think.
Wait. Did you say 5'11"?
5'11",
Yeah,
yes.
ask Jesse how tall he is.
You
And
just
his brother,
eliminated-
and his baby brother.
You just eliminated all of Mexico.
Okay. But I said that if he likes tall women, even a short man can enjoy a tall woman.
No, I can't get through the. That's very, very pornographic memories there with that. You can't. Short men cannot be with tall women. Short men cannot be with
have to understand that Jesse and his brother Gigi are very short Mexican men, and
Yeah.
they love tall
We're
women.
4'7".
Yeah, but Jerry and I are 6 foot.
Yeah.
But Jerry and I are over 6 feet.
Isn't it hot where they
Yep.
live?
You see,
I
God.
cannot stand the heat too much. Like Arizona is too hot for me.
No, Arizona's beautiful. Beautiful. It's only hot like 9 months of the year.
So what am I going to do? Stay inside?
That was a joke, Grace. That was a joke. But anyways, yeah, Arizona's got a lot of winter visitors, snowbirds. You could go up north for the winter, for the summer, but you could bump around. It snowed in Scottsdale and the desert.
Actually, if Grace has red hair and light skin, it sounds like she needs to be in cold weather. So the Northeast would be better for her, or maybe somewhere like north where Jerry lives, like in the mountains.
But you know what?
Or Colorado, somewhere where it's always like more on the colder side.
No.
Because that's what the weather she's used to.
But my mom and my wife and my daughter were all white with red hair, and they're from Arizona.
That's weird. How do they have? Yeah, Mexicans have red hair. Huh.
Yeah. And even my
think they did.
But they have to avoid the sun all the time.
Y'all always have brown hair.
No, they're always in the sun. We're running from Border Patrol. We're running through the jungle, running through the desert.
You're good swimmers.
Good swimmers, fishing.
You're in the Olympic team.
If you're a real redhead, you will have skin that burn easily in the sun, and you wouldn't stand it. You get like a heat shock or something.
Yeah,
Watch,
you get
here's
really
a pic-
overheated. You get sunburned like crazy. You get sunburned really easy.
Look at I'll show you a picture of my daughter.
I like being hot, but not on the skin like that, in the face and things, and on my arms. I like being hot somewhere else.
That's my daughter. Red hair, blue eyes, Mexican, white. And they love the sun. See what happened when God made the races.
Yes, I enjoy the sun, but I cannot stand it too much if it's too hot, like in Arizona hot. That's too hot for me.
No, we got flags.
Yeah, it's too hot for me too.
We have flag staff.
Arizona sucks. I understand. Don't move to Arizona. That's not the most greatest state in the United States. It's okay.
To me,
It's better than California. No offense,
I
JP.
feel like she has a reddish skin. No, she's not a real redhead, I think. She
Now, what
looks
about
more like she hasn't the skin that is so fragile like I have.
What about California?
Who's not a real redhead?
Maybe I could stand it. I'm not too sure, but it could be maybe a bit too hot also. I don't know.
Okay, what about
So how is your dinner coming along, Eric?
Yeah, it's coming along pretty good. I figured out what I'm going to make.
Eric, I wanted to say one thing, that I love California, but I would move to if I could move to one state or something, it would be Arizona, because the primary fact is that it's an open carry state, and my uncle lives there and some other stuff. But I am from California, and
the gun laws suck there.
We do hold fast to our state. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things going on, but I've always been a conservative Republican.
Aaron,
California.
What state are you from?
Delaware.
Oh, Delaware, back east. Wow.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna say earlier when you mentioned South Philly. I was gonna say if anybody has a South Philly accent, it should be me, because I'm the one that lives like 20 miles from there.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow,
that's funny.
Are you Amish?
That's really funny.
I've been to Amish
He's
country.
not Amish, dude.
Yeah. Are you Amish like Eric?
Oh, well, you don't have the beard like I do. That's what you mean.
I can't grow a beard like that, man. Like I've tried. Like I just can't deal with it. I have to shave that thing off.
Does it get itchy at some point? Does it get itchy? Is that the reason?
You sound like you're from California, like me.
Oh yeah.
Who, me?
Well, me or Eric?
Oh, you have a California accent.
I don't think it. No, JP has a definite California accent. It's a real lazy.
Yeah, JP has one all day.
Yeah.
I've been to California. I don't really notice that much of a difference in accents between West and East Coast. So I think it depends on, where you're from and whether you can really tell those accents or not.
The only state that doesn't have an accent is, if you notice the way me and Gilbert talk, we don't have an accent. Arizona is unique in that aspect. We speak proper English and Spanish. Of all the 50 states and we're the only ones that really have a command of the Queen's English. Mm-hmm. The rest of y'all speaks funny, kind of like Dallas.
No, I'm saying like Jesse, like with Eric and Aaron, like you guys kind of like have a neutral accent compared to like some people like calling the extreme. You know what I mean?
That's what I've always said.
Yeah, we all have neutral accents.
But then
Yeah, you guys have an accent. You guys hide it well. Like you don't have really definite ones. You know.
What about Ruby?
Isn't that wicked thick?
Oh, Ruby's got a Brooklyn accent for
bro,
sure.
you don't even know. My accent is so thick, you don't even know, bro.
Man, he imitates everybody.
She's like straight out of Brooklyn or whatever part of New York she's from.
What about
Eric,
Jimmy
your
Bell?
imitations are the best.
Man.
Thank you.
What about Jimmy Bell? Does he have an accent?
He definitely does.
A little bit of the southern one, little southern draw, very slight.
California.
Oh, hold on, guys. Hey, hold on, guys. Grace wants to speak. Let Grace speak. Go ahead, Grace.
I talked to Jehovah's Witnesses from California, but they were from Fresno.
Yes, Fresno. Were they farmers?
And they sound very much different from JP.
Yes, because they're rednecks up there. JP's from the city. He's from
they're from Central California, you know.
They're rednecks. They're farmers. They're what we call Fresnick.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
They never told me that they were rednecks, so I didn't know that. I heard about it. They sing about it in country songs, I think.
They're
Rednecks.
kind of like the Ukraine.
Hey, Grace, they're not rednecks. If there's somebody from like Central California, they sounded different from me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm talking to Grace, not Jesse.
No, but they were from Fresno, and they don't sound like you at all.
What do they sound like? Do they sound like Mexican?
No, they sound more like they are from Hollywood and they are actors in Hollywood.
Can you imitate them? Can you?
What are I was going to ask you, Rex, what is the Hollywood accent?
Yeah, try to imitate it.
Maybe, well, some famous movie, maybe. I'm not too sure about Elvis. Maybe he has a Hollywood accent. I don't know.
Can you try imitating it?
I've never heard of a Hollywood accent, but it probably is something that's made up. I would say from a local from California.
If you
Hollywood accent is made up.
If you watch a movie, they cannot just be good looking. They have to sound good also in order to let them inside a nice movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would agree with that.
Can you imitate that Fresno accent? Try imitating it. So
but I could work on it maybe and get back to you in a couple of years.
Can you try Texas
It's kind
accent?
of like hey man, I'm from California. How you doing, bro? You just gotta kind of like drag things out a little bit.
I'm from California, guys. I want to ask you, what is the California accent? I would love to know.
Was it like this?
I just did it.
What they do is they always called me sweetheart, honey, honey doll, and things like that. They always said to me.
Are
I
you
call
sure?
most women hon.
Mm-hmm. Now, did it sound like this, Grace? Hello, I am the governor of California. Did it? No.
You are imitating that.
That's
disgrace of imitations, let me tell you. I've never been so disappointed from the real governor of cauliflower speaking here. Sorry.
I am here to pump you up.
Don't even, you're embarrassing me. Stop it. Jesse, please don't do this. You're embarrassing me. Leave immediately.
He is from Germany. He's from Germany, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he doesn't sound like a real Hollywood star, I think.
Nah, he's from Germany, or I think Gracie's from Austria, right?
Now, Grace, we heard that Germany is over. That it's not a country.
It doesn't really matter.
Don't go in there. There's a bomb in there.
Grace is saying on IT. Now, to the point she's making is like, you know, the beautiful accent, you know, no matter how we do it, we should be the governor of California.
Hey, that sounds good.
That sounds very excellent.
But
I give 2 thumbs way up.
He was from Tennessee, or?
I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. I am going to reform the governing body.
He is the governor of the governing body. He's going to do his job and do it well. No one will ever. He's a cybernetic organism that is going to take over.
You better go back to
Watchtower.jw.org. It is going to happen. You must let this happen. It is the way.
JP, can you do Bill and Ted from San Dimas?
Bill and Ted, excellent. Hey, man. No way.
No way. Where was Madonna from?
I can do more Beavis and Butthead. I can do.
Oh yeah, Beavis and Butthead.
Can
you? Now you can't do.
I think Madonna lived in New York for a while, but she went to Catholic school, girls. I don't know.
Now, when you were younger, did you want to play in the WNBA, being that you're so tall?
It's the craft work. We need more publishers.
Grace would knock every woman down and defeat them in their territory. She is the female Terminator of basketball.
And there's more letters written in the seals in the ministry that we have no right to say that we are Jesus Christ fulfillment and these things. We have to do the hard work. It has to be very strict.
Say it, brother. Do it right.
I don't listening what I'm
Look at you,
saying.
solid Grace.
Hello.
Yes, I'm listening. You sound almost like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I feel.
He sounds more
If I sounded like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I would be more like of a chill, like, hello, California.
He's trying to imitate Brigitte Macron.
Yeah, I am going to correct Jehovah's Witnesses like kindergarten cop. I'm going to make.
I'm Detective John Kimble. I'm a cop, you idiot.
I am John Kimble.
Let's play a game. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yes, I am John Kimble. This is a ferret. This is new light. Yes, this is new light. This is very nice. Yes.
Hey, Grace, you do need women here. All these men are doing stupid impressions.
Yeah, Grace.
I agree. I mean, let's get more women here. Let's make Eric's show great again.
But you know what? I think women don't want to be
Audrey?
here.
Where's Audrey?
I don't know. Ask her.
She comes in every now and then with her kids.
Now and then.
It's just
Yeah. I brought her up. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know what, Eric, you can't imitate me and Gilbert because our voices are too neutral. Our accents.
We're too neutral? Nah, you're total. Oh, no. Yours is obvious, but Gilbert's is not as much. Like, I can't.
Have you seen him imitate the GG for GB show? He goes off, man. He is just too funny.
Yeah, but his natural voice, he doesn't sound like he has much of an accent compared to you. You have you have an accent. Yeah.
I know why Aaron doesn't talk too much. He doesn't want nobody imitating him.
There's nothing wrong with not women being in the topic tonight or the show. It's okay.
Oh yeah, it's not like we want a sausage here. You know what I mean? Like the more women, the merrier.
It's not like you're kicking women out of your show. It's like they're just not here. Like there's a few.
They're just bouncing. It's Saturday night. They're all having fun. They're all partying.
Well, girls just want to have fun, you know.
Yeah.
Hey,
right?
but here's a good question. It's close to midnight. Could it be Could it be? Let me just throw something out here.
Hey, Jesse, girls just want to have fun, like Cindy Lauper.
Could it be that women?
Want to have fun.
Could it be that women just can't? They don't function.
Like attention. Girls want attention and compliment.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I'm good at that.
Like
I have a topic to bring up.
Okay, Aaron,
if anyone wants to talk about it. So I watched a video last night that was talking about the video title is, and you can look it up on YouTube, Did the World End in 1999?
Whoa.
And I know it sounds like a little bit conspiratorial, but think about it. The 1960s, well, okay, you go back all the way to the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. For those 5 decades, you can pick out a theme of those 5 decades, right? To picture, okay, for the 50s, it was whatever it was. The 60s, it was the clothing style, the hairstyles, whatever. The 70s, it was the bell bottoms and whatnot. The 80s, it was the afros and the whatever, the specialized hairstyles. The 90s, it was
Vanilla Ice.
Right, and the grunge kind of baggy pants and all that. But in 1999, okay, after that happened, 2000 happened, right? Ever since then, it's been 25 years. You haven't really seen a specialized thing that you can pick out of the 00s or the 10s or the 20s to say that, okay, that defines this particular decade. You understand what I mean?
So in the 40s, we had the classic World War II generation. And in the 50s, we had the Elvis, rock and roll. In the 60s, we had the Beatles or the Rolling Stones. In the 70s, we had disco. In the 80s, we had the 80s music, the Valley Girls from JP. And in the 90s, we had rock or we had Vanilla Ice.
Hanson, Spice Girls. Yep.
So we
hold on. You forgot one thing in the 90s that's very special to me, and maybe Aaron and other people, is like alternative grunge rock. Because that was a genre that we had never seen before. And I don't like Nirvana, I like Alice in Chains, and I like Soundgarden and all those other bands that came from it, Rage Against the Machine, whatever. But that was really cool part of our genre.
It smells like Sweden Spirit. Mm-hmm.
Nirvana sucks. I can't stand that band. I just brought them up because they were like a fad. They were like a fad rock band, alternative rock band. So I think I liked it for rebellious reasons. And then I grew up and like, this music sucks. I even learned how to play the guitar. It smells like Teen Spirit. It's so easy. It's like nothing. It's like 3 chords.
Look at the 90s. Look at 90s country. Just 90s country was a genre. That was great country music. The Garth Brooks, the Dwight Yoakam. I mean, just on. And now you listen to country.
What is it? I can't even tell what it is. It ain't country no more. It's like country pop, rock, whatever. It's all mixed together. And that's kind of the thing the video was talking about, was a lot of the artists from the last 25 years have kind of just been picking and choosing from all the decades, and everything is kind of mixed together.
So have the Jehovah's Witnesses. So have the Jehovah's Witnesses. Since 1999, they turned to shit. Before, in the 80s, they were the Paradise, the Millions Now Living Will Live for Paradise Earth, and in the 70s, they were the Truth Book. In the 60s, they were the Freedom of the Sons of God. And after that, since 2000, the generation that would not, the overlapping generation, there's nothing new. They're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Man, that's a great point.
So what it was saying was, it was really out there in some of the possibilities. What it was saying is, are we living in a, kind of purgatory type of thing? Are we in an alternate reality? Are we in some kind of a dreamlike state since 99? Or,
Jimmy Bell would know. Jimmy Bell would know. If he was here, he'd tell us.
Is he here with us?
Hey, Jimmy, are you here? No, he's not with us.
Well, he's with us in spirit.
Yeah. So I'll bring it up to him. I'll ask Ruby. She would know. I'll ask them.
She here too? No.
Now, this is another show I heard. Let me throw it at you, Aaron. They say that if you lose 5 minutes of your time, like let's say you're at 1 o'clock and you don't know what happened between 1:05 and 1:10, there's a good chance that you were abducted by space aliens. If you don't have Alzheimer's or dementia and you don't know what happened to those 5 minutes of your time, you hear that? Like space aliens right there.
Yeah, right there. It's that heavy breathing. Someone just passed out. The space aliens took them full of booze.
Could have went into a time slip or something.
You know what? Right now, they're all talking about these UAPs and UAFs, and they're trying. It's almost like they're trying to scare us, huh? They're talking about these unmanned aerial vehicles and these counter gravity vehicles and.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you don't know what to believe no more.
Well, in the 1980s, you know, you had movies like Back to the Future that were predicting by 2015 that we would have basically something like the Terminator had envisioned, where the Skynet and all that. Oh, we never got that, and you could kind of envision why we didn't get that. But there's another thing to where, when computers first started, they were saying that the processing power and the semiconductors and all that, it's going to double every, I don't know, 5 years or something like that. And that continued for quite a while, but in more recent years, it's slowed down quite a bit. And I'm kind of like, well, why is that? I'm thinking in the back of my mind, you know, why is the storage capacity and the processing power and all that slowed down? Whereas back in the 90s and 2000s, it literally was doubling every 5 years or whatever, you know? And I'm like, there's got to be a reason for that.
Well, do you use ChatGPT?
I use Grok for the most part when it comes to AI. I like Grok a lot.
That's some very fast stuff.
True.
I mean, that's some fast stuff. That is a huge leap, I think, in my opinion. And that's what's been in the last. How long have you been using Grok? 1 year or 2 years?
For the most part, I really started using it like within the last couple of months. Like, I would use it here and there, but I started realizing how good Grok is when Grok 3 was released recently.
That's what I'm saying. That hasn't been that many years. So that is that's a huge leap, hugely. And then what they're talking about, these new super AI. So and Glenn Beck talks a lot about that. About these new super, they'll be able to, anybody who ever wrote a check, for example, with AI, they'll be able to find out any check. Like if George Washington wrote a check, they'll have the computing power to find out, you know. And that's how they're catching a lot of these criminals and a lot of these Doge things, because there's a record of everything. Yeah, it's scary stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of debate on whether Doge is actually doing a good thing or not. Well, first of all, Doge is a government program within itself. So you could say, well, if Doge is a government program, you could say Doge itself is an oxymoron when it comes to efficiency. Because if you think the government is not efficient, well, Doge is a government program. So, you know, how efficient is it really? And then you have the whole legal battles that comes up with what the Trump administration is doing. But
millions of dollars to Sesame Street.
Crazy, huh?
It's like you can't argue with some of the points they're making.
Mm-hmm.
And the left aren't denying it. They're like making excuses for the Iraqi thing, like the Iraqi like Sesame Street. And let's face it, we all know what Sesame Street is anyways. It's programming for the children. So they're programming Iraqi kids. I would love to like actually watch these cartoons and be able to understand it in English to see what they're teaching the children. That's absolute bullshit.
Billions of dollars to teach English to Swedish immigrants. Yeah.
Right? That's you trapped me.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hey guys, I gotta pass out because I'm here in the East Coast of Arizona, California. It's 11 o'clock.
Don't bitch to me. It's like it's way late. I got 2 hours on you, man.
I know, but I'm an old SOB.
I feel you.
You're only
Thanks for
15
coming
years
on.
older than me.
Huh?
You're only 15 years older than me. It's not that much.
Can you imagine a Chevy 350 15 years? That'd be a lot of miles.
Good one.
Yeah.
Point taken. Thanks for coming on, Jesse.
Okay. Good night, guys. Good night, Eric.
All right. Peace out, brother.
Coming on.
Night.
Hello.
But it shows you're old in spirit if you talk about age. That's the sign you're old in spirit.
Well, I've always considered myself a old soul. Not
Me too.
always, but I would say ever since I was a mid-teenager, I've always gotten along with people that were significantly older than me. And my dad always used, even when I was a kid, my dad always used to say, he said, Aaron, you can go up to anybody. You could go up to the district overseer or the circuit overseer and introduce yourself and blah, blah, blah. And ostensibly he was correct. I could do that then.
Yeah.
Now I asked myself, could I do that now? And I'm like, yeah, probably. But then again, I've become more
It
introverted
takes more
since
energy
then.
now.
So I'm like, yeah,
It takes
kind
more
of
energy now. You're more reserved than you used to be, like I am.
a little bit. Yeah, exactly.
Because sometimes you hurt yourself, so you put yourself out there less. Right? Does that make sense?
Right.
Because people
Yeah.
like energy and stuff like that, it doesn't always work out. So you should kind of learn from your mistakes. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
the
speaking for myself. Sorry.
Same thing when it comes to looking for love. I mean, at this point, I follow
Yeah.
a channel called the Filipina P, and PEA. That's what she calls herself, and I really like her videos. And she's really smart, and she interviews a lot of different people in the Philippines, including expats and people like that go over there to retire. And I've seen her interview people as young as 47. That are over there, and a lot of them are over there just to be there, but not all of them are looking for love. But I don't know. I got a good feeling about the Southeast Asia in general as a good place to find women.
That's cool. I'm just waiting for a 5-foot Swedish girl.
The best game in town.
The timing was perfect.
I think love is still the best game in town.
What's that one?
I say love is still the best game in town.
Yeah, agree to that.
It's
I mean, you have to have a brave heart to find somebody. You have to decide for yourself, I will be brave-hearted, no matter what happened before. I just decide, but everything has its time also. Sometimes you have to wait a little for the heart to heal and things.
I guess that every rose has its thorn,
And some people don't find love until later in life, right? Like they on the show Lost.
Mm-hmm. You can still find love even if you're older.
Say it again.
Sorry.
You can still find love even if you're older.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, definitely. I'm in love with Mary Jane.
So Eric, on that line of thought, let me ask you something. I had this debate on Twitter, or I think it was on Twitter. Maybe it was in YouTube comments. I can't remember. But I was asking, these guys were saying that basically that Mary Jane is better for your mental health, and you lose less brain cells, etc. basically less bodily damage through that than through alcohol. I mean, do you agree with that?
Yep, 100,000%.
Really? What's
Yep.
the why does alcohol do so much more damage than marijuana?
Doctors tell me it's poison, and no one seems to have a problem with marijuana. And the doctors, in fact, I've prescribed it. I had an opiate prescription for my pain of hemophilia, everything that comes with that. Didn't like taking it, so I switched to cannabis. And he was happy that I wanted to make that decision. He said, "It'll be better for you, and you won't have addiction, and your life will just be better." What he didn't realize is I wasn't taking it, so it didn't matter. Anyways, with that said, that was a long time ago, and I've I've had the guilty conscience my whole life, or half of it, of like, because I've always smoked pot on and off. I think the longest I've been without pot is 9 years, being a Jehovah's Witness, and then after that 9 years, I kept making a mistake until I realized I wasn't making a mistake. I mean, honestly, I got to the point where I had to make my own edibles, and I would even get edibles at the dispensary. It's like, I'm not doing anything different than taking a pill from the pharmaceutical. This is all that Watchtower is. And eventually they actually recognized that because I had a doctor, that there's nothing that they could do about it, and didn't want to. The only reason why they reinstate Desiree and I was because of our apostate thinking. But I digress. Yeah, I don't think it does kill brain cells at all. I'll tell you why. We have like cannabinoid receptors in our brain, and for some reason it processes different in our body than alcohol. Alcohol, it doesn't stay in our system as long, but when it is in, it like hurts. It's foreign toxins more. Whereas, and you can overdose on it. You can have too much, you get sick. Yes, you can have too much pot, but not in the way like alcohol. You don't end up in the hospital on cannabis. And you can't like if you smoke weed every day and you decide to like just stop, you might get a little grumpy, but other than that, you're not gonna have withdrawals of any kind, even from like tobacco. So that's my personal experience from it, and that's also what doctors have come up with. I mean, it is,
and
they don't have medical alcohol.
Right, and it's not like more serious drugs like heroin or all that other
it's
stuff.
It's not even close to anything like that. Like I'll give you for an example. When I first got disfellowshipped, I like tried cocaine. That's a devil's drug. That's horrible. That stuff. That was peer pressure, and that's horrible. That's crap. I want nothing to do with that. That's not anything like weed. That's a horrible influence. Any drug like that is really bad for you. It's a spirit, whereas marijuana opens up your pineal gland, which is your third eye, and no drug or anything really does that I know of. And that's your connection with your creator. So when people say that like it opens you up to the devil, it's absolute like horseshit. Because it's first of all, the devil didn't create it because he's not the creator of it, and unlike the cocaine, like that's not taken properly because it's mixed with ether and all kinds of other chemicals that create cocaine. So it's not like marijuana is basically like oregano. When you're growing it, you hang it upside down and let it dry. So that's my argument to why I think it doesn't cause the problems that alcohol does, and why it's not even probably mentioned in the Bible because it's an issue.
Yeah,
that's my 2 cents. It doesn't mean you can take it or leave it. It doesn't mean it's
right
factual.
My last girlfriend was a Chinese girl, and she liked from time to time she would take some edibles and things like that. But she had a business that was dealing with exchange students. So she was Chinese here in America, but at the same time she would host Chinese students that would come here because she owned a house, and she was kind of like the host mom, and at the time I was kind of like the host dad. But when the students weren't around, she would like to make some edibles and things like that. She would make them herself. And when she would run out, sometimes she would make them. She would want to come to my house and make them, because she would be like, "Well, I don't want the smell for the marijuana smell or Mary Jane smell to be in the house." And I'm like, "Yeah, I get that." But then again, you realize that I live in a row home with 2 other people beside me at the time, right? So I'm like, I
So
don't want
now
the
they all
smell
have
to
to
be around
smell it
this
too.
house either, right?
Yeah.
But
I
we did
put it
end up making
outside.
it. Oh, that's a good idea. No, we
Yeah.
did end up making it here at least once, and we went for a couple of walks, and she had the hardest time lighting up her joint. It was just it was the craziest thing. It
That's
was
fun.
fun though. Miss those days sometimes.
That's cool. I actually, it doesn't have to be everyone's thing. I just don't like people coming down on it on me, because it's like I already went through trying to figure out what the plant is, and now that I know what it is, I'm like, I can't. It's almost an SJW thing. I'm an activist for it. Like, I realize it's been demonized because of like the paper company, the fuel company, because you can make diesel with it, like you can make clothing with it. It would bring all these industries out of business and probably put a big dent in the pharmaceutical industry as well. So there's just like there's been lobbyists again that own big time companies so that they can keep their, they'd rather chop down 100-year-old trees than hemp paper, which is actually better quality and you can grow it in 6 months. So they just demonize the plant altogether, and that's why it's the public enemy #1. Plus, some people say that on that influence you can kind of figure out lies.
So you can make paper out of hemp?
Yep,
wow.
Absolutely. You can look that up. You can Google that right now. It'll come right up. It's actually, I think our Constitution was written on it, or parts of it, and or was it the Declaration? One or the other. But some of our history is written on hemp paper. You can look that up too. Fact checking.
Wow.
But yeah, yep. I've learned a lot about marijuana and hemp and all together. Yeah, I couldn't believe it made fuel. That was the biggest shocker. I'm like, what the hell? Like, no wonder why they started the industry altogether, because it took away from other industries that had interest in it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I asked Grok about it just now, and Grok says hemp paper is made from the fibers of the hemp plant, known for its strength and durability. Unlike traditional wood pulp paper, hemp paper requires fewer chemicals to process and can be produced more sustainably due to hemp's fast growth cycle. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
Wow. I'm glad it comes up. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think there's a lot of things we could do.
Grok seems pretty cool too, the AI, because it actually did a better job explaining it than me. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, Grok is a lot less woke than other AI
Oh,
tools
that's
are.
cool. Yeah.
But then
Will it talk about Trump at all?
I'm not saying that it can't be left leaning at sometimes, but that's kind of due to the internet material availability that Grok has access to, So
I see.
Even
our media is that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's cool. Well, yeah, I'm glad I could shed some insight. But that's why I feel like it's been demonized and stuff like that, just for for many interests more than paper. And I've been hurt by Jehovah's Witnesses so much that when people have a problem with me, it's like I want to sing that song. If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, because I'm gonna burn one down. A lot of it's used for PTSD and anxiety, which is something two things I have, plus all my pain. It's a medicine for me. ever since my doctor prescribed it, like back in Rhode Island, I've never looked back. You know, I don't really think of it as like getting highs more as I do getting grounded. It like keeps me like, because like a real tendency to just blow my lid and get angry from all the abuse I've been under and like the violence that I was in my house, and it just helps me stay calm. I don't know. I don't have to have it all the time, but like just in my system a little bit here and there is enough.
Yeah.
We all
Well, me
have what we
personally,
need to do to get by, man. I'm not pushing it.
exactly. I mean, most of my life I've been addicted to sugary products, but lately, in the last
Monster
couple of years,
energy
I've
drinks. I used
well,
to drink Monsters.
yeah. I mean, look, I've seen so many people drink those, but I'm like, man, I've never
Yeah,
been addicted to those. But I mean,
I
sodas
used
from
to.
time to time, chocolates and candy
Yeah,
and all that. Yeah,
I
but I've
cut
gotten better.
sugar out. I cook with it, but I don't drink sugary drinks anymore. And I'll have a candy bar once in a while, but not much. I don't keep them in my house. I'll just like grab one at the store when I'm in the mood. But it was rotting my teeth away. That's why I cut out sugary drinks. I lost like two or three teeth. Three teeth. Yeah, I lost three teeth. Ever since I cut out sugary drinks, like Monsters and all of that, like no sugar drink at all. I don't. My teeth have been fine. I don't have a problem anymore.
Yeah, actually, I'm doing what's called the Invisalign right now for the last like 9 months or so, and it's kind of like an orthodontic thing.
Hmm,
So it's kind of straightening my teeth a lot
that's cool.
more than they were. So it should be finished sometime this spring or summer. But I've
Gotcha.
actually learned even more so what you know what it's like to have to kind of more regularly clean your teeth, which you really have to do when you're on Invisalign, because otherwise, you put these retainers in and then you're like, if you don't clean your teeth before you do it, then you have, problems. So
Yeah,
sometimes I end up brushing my teeth like 3 or 4 times a day. It's more of a routine now than it ever was.
gotcha.
And I'm not sure if I'll be able to give up that routine after I'm done Invisalign. I might want to brush my teeth after every meal or soda or whatever now at this point. Keith Silver says, I quit smoking. You're glamorizing it. Thanks. Please stop. I'm an addict like you. I don't know if he means cigarettes or if he
I
means
don't know if
Mary
it means
Jane or,
cigarettes or cannabis. Yeah, I never smoked
yeah.
cigarettes. I mean, I did. I tried it, but it's not my. I've never had an addiction. It's not my thing.
I literally did it one time, and that was with Jing Jing in like her upstairs room one night. And it was one of her students' cigarette packs that she had
Oh,
confiscated
your
from them
girlfriend?
because
You talk about your
yeah,
girlfriend or ex
yeah,
girlfriend?
the former one, because she
Yeah.
confiscated her students' cigarettes all the time, and some of them were underage too, and it was just funny. But I was drinking one night, and like I had a couple of edibles, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Let me just try one of these cigarettes, and I'm like, I took a couple of puffs, and you know how you see the people take their first cigarette, they get choked up and all that. That didn't happen to me,
Yeah.
and
No.
I did it, and it was okay, but I
Yeah.
that was the only time I ever did it.
Gotcha. I didn't choke on it either, but I was just like, ugh. I hated the taste of it. I had like a bitter taste in my when I had it. Like, ugh, not my thing. Anyways, we're triggering Keith Silver, so be alone, buddy. Sorry. It's like he made it worse. We started talking about smoking even more.
But in actuality, it kind of does make me wonder, like, okay, if you believe in God, Jehovah, whoever you want to call him, the
Yeah.
universe, whatever
Sure.
put the earth and the plants that are here, what was the original purpose of plants like opium and all that? You know, the cannabis
Right.
plant. And what was the purpose of things like mosquitoes and all that? And I heard a statistic the other day that said something like 99% of species that have ever lived or have now gone extinct. And don't quote me on that. Don't take it to the bank and cash it like Rick says. But
Sure.
I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
thought that was very fascinating of a statistic
How
to think
much?
about.
What's the percentage? You said 90 what?
99% of all species that have ever lived. I don't know if it was just animal
Because
species
it's
or
going back to
if it was.
dinosaurs and stuff like that. Is he like going to all?
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it
everything
was a
that's
great
ever
like
lived.
extinction. Yeah.
And you got to
Huh.
imagine how much that has changed the ecosystem over the millennia, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
So obviously all these things had a purpose at one time, but, you know,
I mean, the mushrooms, if you smoke mushrooms, then you will start to hallucinate. So,
right?
How do you smoke mushrooms?
no,
I
I never
actually.
tried
I'm not being funny.
I
How do you
didn't,
smoke mushrooms?
no,
I
I
actually
think
have
they
them.
dry
You eat them,
them,
honey.
they
You
make a
chew them.
powder or something. I don't know.
You chew them. You don't smoke mushrooms.
Yes,
That's
we
how
have
you.
to
Yeah.
dry them first, I think.
They're dried. They're
I mean,
grown.
I
They're
never
grown
even
from cow shit.
tested.
They're grown from manure.
But I mean, Red Bull. No, I never tested Red Bull ever. Never ever
No,
tested anything like Red Bull. Never in my life.
I have.
But I drink a
All right.
coffee. So.
Yeah, it's too much caffeine. I cut out caffeine. It doesn't work for me.
Drink coffee, I think.
Gotcha.
They said there was this kid that took too
I
much
saw
energy
about
drinks.
caffeine. You cannot, if you drink more and more and more, it doesn't better because there's something in the brain chemically that happens. You can't drink more and more and more coffee. It doesn't help a person.
Right. You only feel like you get a buzz, but it's not doing anything for you. It's making you tired. Is that what you're getting at?
There
So
was
what
a kid.
time in your city, Eric?
What's that?
What time where you live?
The time is 2:00 in the morning.
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock for me.
Yeah, you're on the East Coast.
Yep.
Maryland.
But
That's Maryland time.
2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. You should go to bed now. You shouldn't be up so late.
Oh yeah, you're my mom now.
Yes.
That's all right. I got a lot of adopted moms already. You know, you might have to wait in line. You got Deborah to compete, and this other girl from Spain, Peppa.
Up so late? Why are you up so late?
I'll tell you why. I have a show tonight, and I sleep late for it. But no, I'm a night owl. I wake up around 12 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I start my day. So that's why I'm eating dinner at 2 o'clock at night, because I don't have a wife, because I'm disabled and I can do whatever. I'm basically retired and I afford my bills. You know, I sleep when I want to sleep. It's kind of better to be up at night because the energy of the world is better and peaceful. Everyone's sleeping. There's a better energy out in the world, and it makes me feel better. Anyways, that's why.
My confession is I'm in the same boat as you, Eric, except I'm retired because I work, but I basically retired from full-time work over a year ago at this point, and ever since then, like I've been doing
Congrats,
Lyft,
man.
and now I have Amazon Flex as well. But ever since my car's been in the shop, I can only do Amazon
Yeah, that's
Flex.
hurting you.
Yeah, but I don't feel like doing a whole lot of hours there because I want to get back out there and drive. So I kind of been depressed lately, and I'm like, I had so much free time on my hands in the past 2 months, and I never quite felt like this before in my adult life, to where I've had so much time on my hands that I don't know what to do with, and it literally sometimes can be depressing. It's just like so many people out there want to be in this position to where their house, car, and whatever is paid for, like mine is, but then they don't realize if you don't have a plan past your if your goal is reached and you don't have a plan past that, like you're gonna be depressed. Like there's no way
Oh
around it.
yeah, for sure. Hey, do you game at all? Like on
Yeah,
PS, PlayStation?
I have a Switch,
Okay.
but I have a certain amount of games, but a lot of
I was just
a lot of
curious
times,
because I got a
yeah.
PlayStation account where I got like a friend group on it, and I would if you're around.
I wouldn't rule out getting a PS4 or 5 someday, but I
That's
just
cool.
haven't yet.
No, I feel you. I didn't play video games like back in when PS1 was released. Like I had one when I was a kid, when I was like 18 or something like that, and then I I got like so caught up in my career and I had an addictive personality with video games, so I just let it go. I didn't play video games up until like a year and a half ago and got a PS4 and then traded that in and got a 5. But like all the games are new to me, so it's like I'm retired. I got nothing to do, so I game. Like I made friends on there, and it's kind of like my XJW community, but on PS. I don't know. I had to. Some of them were toxic, and it's like I weeded through them, but like I got a steady, good support system on there. It's just nice to have uh, friends like in different groups too, you know.
Oh
But
yeah.
anyways, I was just seeing if you were on there or not.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll get a system.
I feel you.
But yeah.
No pressure.
There's this one game that I can't remember what it's called. I was wondering if you played it, but it's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't think of it.
That's cool. What kind of game?
Um, it's like Forgotten something. I can't. I just. It's on. I can't remember at the moment. It came out a few years ago. It was originally on the 4, I think, and then it came to the PS5, and it looked a little better.
The coolest game so far that I've loved is Ghost of Tsushima. It's like based on like the war between Japan and Mongolia when Genghis Khan um, sent his legions. It's not completely historical accurate, but pretty close, and it's a good game. The story, what I love most about it is the storyline. It's just a really good storyline.
Oh, the one I'm thinking of might be Horizon Forbidden West. I think that's what it is. Have you played
Sounds
that
familiar.
one?
I'm not sure. No.
Yeah. I
I'm
think
again.
that's a
I'm new.
that's a sequel. I think that's a sequel to
Oh.
another game. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Probably.
But it looked really good to me. I haven't
Sorry,
gotten around to playing it. I mainly just play Zelda.
How about you, Grace?
Tears of the
You game?
Kingdom.
Sorry, buddy. Go ahead. No gaming.
No.
I guess that's a guy thing. Sometimes I don't know. Half my friends are chicks, so never mind.
I think I'm more interested in cars.
Cars? I like cars too. I was in auto body for 20 years. I painted a lot of nice ones.
That's a skill.
I changed the seat belt on my car, so.
You had a seatbelt done?
I changed it myself. I bought a used one on the internet, and then I changed it myself. You know how much I saved on this? I saved $500. It's insane.
Damn. Good for you, huh? That's awesome.
Yes. But usually I cannot do too much, maybe change oil or tires or something. I'm not really a mechanic. I just...
My brother
Wow.
doesn't even change the tire.
How you can do things.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you can change the oil and tires, Grace, my hat that I'm not even wearing is off
My
to
hat's
you
off to you
because
too. Hell yeah.
yeah, you're doing what 99.9% of women can't even do.
My brother doesn't know how to change a tire. He's a 37-year-old man. Sorry?
It depends on the car. First, I had a Ford. I could change oil on this one. And then I had the Saab, and I changed oil all the time. But since I changed car now, so I haven't learned how to do it on my new car. So it's not the same on this car.
I feel you there. I have a Prius
But
now.
it's a problem. If I'm going to sell this car, I have to have a receipt that I changed the oil. So otherwise, I cannot sell the car easily. So I have to take it to the repair shop, and they do it now.
I loved working on Priuses. You know
Yeah,
why?
it took me 2 or 3.
They're very
Why?
small and compact, and they're easy to work on. I love Priuses. I can take a Prius and put it back together like a complete paint job in like, I don't know, like
Wow.
2-3 hours, maybe, and back together.
Wow.
But yeah, I love those cars. Yep, they're great. They can get a little tricky in some of the bumpers if they have sensors, but they're not that bad.
Can
I
you
like those
change
cars.
the
They're easy to.
Can you do the catalytic converters?
I'm not mechanical. I'm auto body. I didn't learn much. I didn't learn much in mechanics. Just basic.
Okay.
Auto body and painting. I mean, I can take dents out and like make the car look brand new again. But the only thing I don't do is framework and mechanical. I don't really do much of that. I just focused on painting and auto body, so that's what I made my because that's what I was fast at and good at.
Well, I owned the car for 2 or 3 years before I even thought about doing the tires or the brakes or the oil. But when I started doing lift, I realized it's probably a good idea for me to learn how to change the oil. So I looked up a couple of videos and I experimented with it. I went to Harbor Freight and I got the right tools and I learned how to change my own oil, and it's pretty rewarding to know how to do it because it has to happen pretty frequently.
Yeah. Oil's not too bad. Yeah, some of it can get annoying, but Toyotas aren't work on at all. They have like easy access to take their panels apart. Everything's like 10-millimeter bolt. That's cool that you know how to do that, Grace. You're very independent.
But I have a friend that I talk to, and I learn things, and I bought a book also for my car, so I could read the book and I look at YouTube and things like that.
Nice.
But my last car,
that's pretty good. I can't learn from reading a book.
I bought because a friend of mine told me to buy this car, so otherwise I wouldn't have thought about it. But I think it's not so bad at a car as I used to think.
That's cool.
There are certain cars that are more popular to buy if it's a used car.
And what kind of car is it again, Grace?
Kia. Ceed.
Kia. That's cool.
Kia Ceed.
Yeah, Kias are good cars.
CED.
Donald Trump made a statement the other day that there's not much that I disagree with him with, but he said something like Tesla is the only car that's been really come along in the last 10 or 20 years. And I'm like, well, that's not true, because Kia and Hyundai used to be absolute shit when they first came out, but they're really good now. And I mean, when like they first came out in the 90s, they've come so far from that. They're excellent cars.
Yeah.
I would love to have one, either one of those cars. In fact, they made them nice too. The newer ones. But,
Yeah, and they
yeah.
probably make hybrid versions of those too. I'm not exactly sure
Yeah,
if they
I'm
do, but
sure.
they probably. But my thing is, I think hybrid vehicles are a good balance of, traditional vehicles and electric vehicles, because if you go
I do
full
too.
electric, a lot of people don't realize that, okay, where's that electricity coming from? You have to generate that electricity somehow. So it's either coming from coal, or if you're lucky, it's coming from nuclear plants. But then again, I never bought into the whole clean nuclear energy thing, because how clean is something that leaves radioactive waste that has a half-life of millions of years, right? I mean,
Mhm.
that's just me, but I think we need, as a society, we need to come to a better sustainable energy option than what we have.
Does Maryland get heavy snow?
Generally, no. The further north you go, the
Okay,
more snow you
because
get.
Priuses aren't that good in the snow.
Well, I would say that depends on how good your tires are and what kind of tires they are, and how good of a
Okay.
driver you are too. But
Because we
yeah,
had one
like
in the spray booth and we had a snowstorm and we're like, gun it. And we like hit it and it got stuck like immediately. And like another car would be right. But this thing just, no, we had to shovel it out and back it up and just keep it in the, we had to wait for the guy to come by and plow it.
yeah.
But
Well,
we were
and
probably pushing it to its limit. We were probably pushing it to its limit though. It was pretty of snow.
I mean, in that respect, it's not unlike any other car. Like when I was 17, 18, 19, I had a Cavalier, and there was a couple times I got stuck and I had to call my dad, and he had to pull me out back then of the
I guess the
snow. And
smaller cars struggle. Yeah.
yeah.
That's always been a thing, no matter it's electric or hybrid or gas. Hell, if you got rear wheel drive, you're even in worse shape.
Right. That's what I've heard. Yep. And I think my car is front wheel drive, because I have to when I rotated my tires last, I had to put the front to the back and the back to the front, and the front always wears quicker. So
Yeah, you got front wheel drive, yeah, for sure.
yeah.
The front, but that doesn't matter in the drivetrain. It's because the tires turn, and that causes your fronts to grind out quicker, like because they turn and the rears don't turn.
Yeah, I get my tires from a place called Tire Rack, which is down the street from me.
Gotcha.
They're about $89 to $90 per tire, so it's 180 for two.
The whole thing.
So I did that. I did
Maybe a
that
couple
once last
years.
night. Oh yeah, well they're 70,000 mile tires, so however long it takes me to get that many miles.
Year or two.
Yeah.
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 Depends. Yeah, I don't drive very often, but I rotate my tires too.
I drove 29,000 miles for Lyft last year, so put it that way.
Yeah, so yeah, you gotta keep maintenance up on your car.
Yeah.
Like higher than usual. Yeah, for sure, man. That's cool. Well, I hope you get back doing it soon, because it seems like you like doing it.
Oh man, I can't wait. This is absolute torture, and I wonder, is
Does
this
it feel
the
like
universe?
you have like a little freedom, like because you get to like drive in between and have alone time and think whatever? Is like, is that what you like about it?
Well, that maybe, yeah. I mean, the
Well, not so
breathers
much.
are good, but for the most part, what I look for is that 1 out of every 10 average rides where you get, they don't necessarily have to be like inebriated or drunk people, but sometimes you'll pick up a person or a group of people from a restaurant that just had a really good time, and they all talk to each other, and it's just a really lively conversation, and sometimes they'll involve me, the driver, in the conversation. And I mean, that's the kind of thing I've been looking for my whole life, just to
I
meet
got you.
people
You
like
like
that.
you like the taxi driver feel of it, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Like the camaraderie that you can get from it every so often. No, I told you
Exactly.
my good experience too, and yeah, it can definitely happen. That's cool.
Yeah, Lyft is a good company, and I mean it's not perfect, but it's a good
Yeah.
it's a good company, and I hope that rideshare doesn't get taken over too quickly by self-driving vehicles. Because I like what I
Dude,
do.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I feel like the guy, like, if you've ever seen Star Wars Mandalorian, I don't want the droid one. Give me the guy. I want a living man piloting my cruiser.
Yep.
And that would be me. I'm like, nah, man, send this one on its way. I don't want no robot. I mean, I don't know what the chances are that you would get in an accident. I just prefer. I'm not into that. I prefer a human all day, dude. I don't want no fucking AI driving me. That's weird. Pardon my French.
It is weird, and I think it's going to take a lot of people a long time to come to terms with having no one behind the wheel.
I don't know. Are like the kids these days? Oh, great! I'm an introvert, anyways, or I don't like talking to people. So awesome, but like not me, man. And it's not. I mean, I've been on Lyft and Uber rides where I don't even like if the person doesn't talk to me, then I don't talk to them either, and that's happened to me many times. Just get super quiet people that don't want to talk. That's cool. I always respect like how people are, but like I don't. I don't. It's more of like I need a person behind the wheel to be like countable. Like I don't want to rely on a robot. That's messed up.
Yeah, and I guess Jesse is saying why not be a taxi driver instead? Well, my reasoning is, for one thing, I can make my own schedule doing Uber and Lyft, and there's
Yeah, you're
really
more
nothing
freedom.
else that compares to that.
Yeah.
I did have a rider
You're your
once
own
that
boss,
offered.
just about.
Exactly. According to the
Yeah.
IRS, I own my own business. And the thing, I had a rider once who offered me like a position, doing some kind of full-time driving job. And I'm thinking, well, it's probably going to be good pay and everything, but that's kind of like going back to full-time work and a set schedule and everything. And I don't know if that's something that I want to get into.
I don't know. I don't know if I should say the guy's name. Maybe I should just tell the story without saying his name. But I'll say his first name. His name is Randy. He lives in Rhode Island, and he's an ex-Jehovah's Witness. And he was offered $2,000 a week to drive somebody. That's a lot of money, no?
Yeah, for sure.
$2,000 a week. That's what $8,000 a month. Cash.
Yeah.
Cash.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, the twist was it was for this guy. It's a long story, but this guy was he was a prison guard, and he eventually got disfellowshipped, and he went on a career path. And long story short, there was a fire, and he helped some people get out of there, some inmates get out of there and save their life. And one of them that he saved was a mafia boss. And the guards hated him and called him an inmate lover because he helped the inmates get out of there and risk his own life of getting hurt. He was actually a hero, even though they spat on him. He lost his job and everything, but he got wrongfully fired and got a lawyer, and he eventually got his pension, so he's set for life. But that guy offered him a job, and he's like, "You don't have any tattoos, you have Italian descent, and you have the license to carry a gun." And so he worked for him for a little while, and he's like, "I don't want to do this." He had to intimidate a guy and put the gun on the table, and the guy pissed his pants, and they made a deal. And he's like, "Nope, I'm done." um, yeah, I learned this from a really good friend of mine, Bob, and I know the story is legit because I know the guy he was talking about, and I know he was an I know he was a corrections officer, but it's just crazy what people go through and what happens. And at one point, this man thought that he was up in trouble, and all this happened because he left the organization. And it's like, thank God he came to the realization that that wasn't it at all. In fact, what caused him all his problems was doing the right thing, taking care of people in the prison that were doing the right thing. Because there's a lot of abuse in the prisons in Rhode Island, and I think around our country, but like they really treat the inmates like absolute dirt. So like they don't have human rights at all. Like nothing. Like they're nothing.
Wow.
They abuse them really badly, and because he just treated them with respect, he was hated. And that's not the things that happened to him weren't the result of leading a cult. It was because you're a good person and you stood up for the right thing. And that's what happens when you stand up for the right thing. You get hurt, no matter what it comes from. Your job
Wow.
or religion, your family.
Yep. I've
Anyways,
driven a
sorry
couple
for
of.
that, really.
Oh no, not at all. I'll say I've driven a couple of. Well, parole. I guess guys that were on parole because I have a parole center near me, down the
Okay,
street,
makes sense.
and I've driven people on parole and as well as driven the parole officers. So it's an interesting thing. I mean, you
Full
meet so
spectrum.
many different people. But the worst part about
That's cool.
my situation right now is I have a rental car from Toyota because the warranty service, and I can't do rideshare, or at least not Uber or Lyft specifically with that car because their terms of service say that you have to either rent a car from them through their preferred partners,
Oh
or
God.
you have to have a vehicle that's registered in your own name. So I have a vehicle that
Gotcha.
I could use to do rideshare that I can't use to do it. And that's the
Yeah,
thing that's
just
really
because of
messing
a
me up.
technicality, that's bullshit.
Yep,
Anyways, that sucks.
it really is. Yep.
Because they want to control you and get all the money, so that when you have to rent a car, you have to go through them. That way, they get some kind of kickback or whatever. Like, yeah, it's business.
Yeah, so I might be able to do like Uber Eats or
Gotcha.
the DoorDash or something like that, but I've never done that, and I think I would rather drive people around than to drive food around. I don't know. I have an Instacart
Food.
account.
I've heard nightmares about food. Plus, being in the industry, robbing a pizza joint, dude, you're treated like shit when you deliver food
Yeah.
from the customers. They scam you. I mean, I know some people get rich from it and like make not rich, but like they make good money. But there's a lot of aggravation with that.
I did Instacart a little bit
It
back in
depends.
September.
I think it depends what kind of jobs you get. If you get like Taco Bell and stuff like that, like fast food stuff, it's more forgiving with the customers sometimes. But pizza places and stuff like that, they're tougher. But they all
Yeah.
suck. Let's face it.
I mean, those guys are under a lot of pressure. I've been at restaurants waiting, and I've seen drivers come in and pick up food, and they're there waiting for the food to get ready, and it can be
Sure.
a bit stressful sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna head off. It's time for me to. I think I'm gonna go to sleep. But
Yeah, probably
you're
time
all
for me
welcome
to.
to. If there's anybody left, you're welcome to stay and chill. But it doesn't. It sounds like we're winding down here, anyways. What is there? 30 people left in the chat.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of comments now either.
Yeah, me neither. Everyone's sleeping. Actually, yeah, because the why not be a taxi driver instead was the last comment. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But, all right, everyone. You have a good night, Aaron. Thanks for coming on with us, man. And Grace, if you're still listening, thanks for showing up and saying hi.
Yeah, and Eric, if you ever want to chat or whatever, just shoot me a text or whatever. You know, I'm always here. Like I said, my schedule is pretty much wide open now, so you know, hit me up.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I'll hit you up more often. Yeah, sometimes I'm trying to make the first text, and I just been messed up lately. But I've been trying to reach out to people. So yeah, dude, I'll hit you up, man. We'll keep in touch.
All right. I hope everyone has a good evening or a good morning or wherever you're at.
All right, take care, everyone. You all. Peace.
Bye, Eric. Bye, everyone.